Alrighty. What's good, everyone? Join up the live right now. How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hi. Hi. How's everybody doing? What's up, everyone? What's up? 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 Okay, is my microphone working, everyone? We're all good, right? We're working, right? How's everyone doing? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. Hopefully, everyone is having a mighty fine day. What's good, everyone? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everyone doing? Why are people calling him Dean? What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no one in the chat calling me Dean. That doesn't exist. What are you talking about? What? They're calling me Parker. What? What? All right, let's go on. Let's get the first person up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest. Oh, quality is weird. Wait, is it really, chat? I tried to. It should be. Oh shit! It should be fine. It should be fine. Looks like old static TV. What? What did I do? What did I do, chat? Yeah, it does, Lil. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. It is static. It's not really that bad though. Wait, is there something actually? Is there? I'm confused. Oh. Wait, why do I see that? What is that? What the fuck is that? Why is that happening? That is crazy. Wait, it's so small, but like, what? Why is that happening? What? Here, let me. Dude, that's so diabolical, chat. Is it better now? No, dude. What is it? Okay. I don't know. That's crazy. I'm sparkling. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Chat, I don't know what is that? What I don't know how to fix that. What's going on? Was that happening yesterday? Dude, am I in real life like just like sparkling? Is it literally just like me? Like is it like my lens? Do I need to clean my lens or something? There's no way in one day it changed like that. So interesting. Whatever. We're just gonna sparkle today. Okay? We're just cool like that. Okay? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We just wanted to sparkle today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How do I exit?
Zygote? Zygote? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
I'm so, I don't know. I don't know. Chat, I really wonder what it is. Like, okay, now it's kind of distracting. I'm so sorry. I don't want it to happen. I don't know how to fix it though. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45. How you doing, Parker?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do support Donald Trump. Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Hell no. You have a lot against him. You don't like him.
Yeah, he's a horrible person.
Are you American?
Yes,
Do you believe in capitalism?
I'm a
What the
social
founding
democrat.
fathers framed and all that kind of stuff? The
No,
Age of Enlightenment.
I don't believe in what the quote unquote founding fathers framed, but I do believe in social democracy.
So you're a socialist.
No,
What does a social democracy mean to you?
it just means I'm like a progressive liberal.
Progressive liberal. So you don't believe in the Constitution?
I do believe in the Constitution. Actually, you don't because you support Donald Trump. He called for the
You don't
termination of all
because
rules, regulations, and
I
articles.
don't think I don't think anybody understands your actual views. Because I
What do
mean,
you
you talk
what do you mean?
like you know a lot of statistics, so you dive into a lot of the politics. You're armed to the teeth with knowledge. But I've been listening to you for over a year now, and I don't really understand one viewpoint you actually have personally.
Really? I think that's more of a you problem then.
Well, tell us, do you believe in gun rights?
What do you mean? Do you believe in gun rights? Yes, I think you should be able to have access to some guns.
So you believe that we should be able to have access with firearms. And what is it about Donald Trump exactly that you disagree with? Do you believe in the counterculture? Are you against the counterculture? Like, are you
It
an
depends on what you mean
American?
by counterculture. I am an American, and I
Okay,
think that
so
Donald Trump is anti-American. He called for the
so
termination
let's
of
okay, so let's I guess let's talk about Iran for example.
Iran.
Why would you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon?
Iran.
Iran.
Okay.
Like, why would you want them to have one?
No one's claiming to want anyone to have a nuclear weapon. One, we can identify the reality that there's mutually assured destruction. Two, we can recognize the idea that Donald Trump pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement. Both of these things are going to recognize the idea that one, we shouldn't be involved, and two, Donald Trump is the reason why they'd be on track to get nuclear weapons in the very first
Isn't
place.
Donald Trump the one that bombed Iran's nuclear facilities?
Yeah, that's I think that's bad because it promotes more global conflict and it
Iran.
harms
So
people.
okay, so if Iran did develop
Iran.
nukes because nobody did anything, to stop them.
Do you know what the like nuclear peace agreement was?
Do you know what pure evil stands for? Do you know that there's bad people out there in the world that want to destroy you, that want to kill people, that we have to do things sometimes that people might not agree with to keep everybody safe? Do you know Iran, if they had a nuclear weapon, they probably would destroy all of Israel? Do you have something against Israel, by the way? Because the way you speak sometimes, I'm kind of confused. What do you have against the people in Israel?
I have an issue with how the state is operated. Specifically, I don't agree with ethno states. I don't agree with apartheid. I don't agree with genocide. Right? I think that's bad. Okay, and
Genocide.
there are plenty of anti-Zionist people, anti-Zionist
So what
individuals
is
within the
Israel supposed to
context of
do? Are
Israel.
they supposed
Wait,
to
hold on.
allow Iran to
There.
continue its proxy wars against them and launch missiles at them every single day? Do you remember what they did like a few months back? They little parachutes and they cut people's heads off in Israel. The whole thing that started the conflict to begin with. They were like live streaming people's families being murdered. Like what are you in the,
Wait.
because you have to consider,
Do you agree
are
that?
you on the side of right or wrong? Are you on the side of good or evil? Or do you understand that concept?
Yeah. Do you think innocent people dying in all scenarios is wrong? Do you agree?
I think innocent people dying in all scenarios is wrong, but sometimes you just have to do what you have to do to make the world right again.
Okay. Well,
You can't just let Iran,
I'm confused. What you mean? What does that mean?
well, like Hamas. I mean, there are terrorist organizations in Palestine using them as human shields to launch attacks into Israel, all funded by Iran. Would you like that to continue happening for the next 50 years?
Wait, you also want to know that Israel specifically funded them. Also, the idea of quote unquote human shields is an idea specifically expressed by
Do you
like
think
the
Hamas
IDF as
cares
propagandists.
about the
Hold up.
Palestinians?
I,
Hamas,
regardless of whether or not it's true, right? You could say that's true, that they don't care, right? Which I would probably agree with in most instances, and that isn't the case that like you can say at the same time that like Israel hasn't committed right these types of war crimes, hasn't committed bad actions, right? I don't see how you can completely like ignore that. Can you acknowledge that?
Are we supporting Western culture?
Okay.
Where you live, where
Can you
you
did you
get
hear
the
anything?
bandwidth and the
Did you hear
freedom of
anything I just
speech?
said? Did you hear anything I just said? If not, I'm just gonna kick you.
Okay, go ahead. No, I didn't hear anything you said. Can you repeat yourself? I'll answer.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Drew, are you there? Drew, are you there? Princess, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I am behind on Claudia, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. For Parker. Some Trumpy said hold on, I need to disconnect them. That's crazy. That's crazy, Claudia. That's actually so disrespectful of them. Claudia, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it though. Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, please help. Hold up, it just went off. They said, please help America's indigenous communities. Hold up, I have to load into it so I can see. Indigenous communities, please help America's indigenous community with donation to American Indian Affairs org. A link in my profile history with Mr. T. Okay, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. You should absolutely support indigenous content creators as well today. Kelsey, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why is my microphone doing that? What the hell? Okay, is it better? I'm so confused what's going on with my setup today. Thank you for the money gun. It cleaning off the lens, checking for scratches. I mean, I just don't know what would have happened overnight.
Hey,
Yo, what's up?
Parker,
How old are
what's
you?
up? I'm 20.
Do you support
Hey,
Donald
I
Trump?
got two
What's your birth
questions in
year?
mind. 04 August.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump? And Zuki, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to pose two questions
And
before I get into the whole thing. One, you're part of the UNF America tour, right? I think, right?
no, not anymore.
No? Oh, not anymore. Okay, so my biggest question is why do we need to rely on a two-party system when both of them are owned by Jews?
We're just gonna go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Crazy shit right there. We're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cookie King Moggs.
That was a zygote. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. How you doing?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I think he's less damaging than the Democratic Party. Yes.
Sorry, you said you do support Donald Trump?
I mean, in a way, yes. I think he's the least worst option.
Okay, so you do support him. Okay, to clarify, if you could go back in time and you could vote for him or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
For him.
For him? Okay.
Hmm.
Why so? Oh wait, live.
Well, because Kamala-
Hold up. Because it says not in eligibility with the For You community guidelines. What the fuck? What'd I do? Because it directs people off the platform.
You look like you're in 2008 with the camera. It looks pretty cool, though.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's I think I might need to restart my computer in general, but I'm confused what I just got. I just got like a thing that says I'm taking people off the app, but I didn't even say anything, I don't think, really. But yeah.
To me, it looks cool.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't remember, I mean, don't you?
Have I debated
We
you?
talked 4 or 5 years ago when you had just 2,000-3,000 followers, and I just want to tell you, congratulations on your growth. It's amazing. You deserve it.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. And you still support Donald Trump, so why so?
Well, because even though he's damaging to the U.S., I'm not going to defend him. I think Kamala would have raised the public spending way more than Donald Trump would
Actually,
have.
wait, hold up. Actually, we know that's not true. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget has looked at like the overall debt-related spending from each administration. Trump overall had 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
We're talking about the future, though. We're not talking about what happened. In the future, Kamala was planning on spending a lot more, and the Democratic Party.
Wait, that's not true. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget also looked over that and saw specifically that it is the case that Donald Trump would do 4 trillion more over the next 10 years under his campaign plans comparative to Kamala Harris.
Is that so? Well, based on the data that I saw, if that's true, yes, I would have voted for Kamala Harris. But assuming that Kamala Harris would have increased public spending even more, then Donald Trump would have been the least worst option. I have a question for you, though. When we first debated,
I actually do have to restart my live, but I will continue this conversation. I just want to say, like, well, based upon the facts of reality, because I can promise you, I can show you this evidence that Kamala Harris literally would have led to less debt-related spending. Based upon that, you said you would have voted for Kamala Harris, given that
yes,
set of reasoning.
highly
So
doubt it.
seems like we
But that will be a point of debate, actually, because I don't really believe it. So I will have to see it really.
I mean, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
I understand that, but the promises that Kamala Harris was doing, just the numbers don't add up. Like the Democratic Party.
You can look at it and tell me what you disagree with in terms of the numbers. It's a nonpartisan committee. Like, I mean, I'm not giving you information that's like some from some like left-wing think tank or anything. I'm giving you a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. That's like the best standard for evidence we're going to be able to provide in these scenarios for estimations.
Definitely, but I mean, what was the most expensive promise from Kamala Harris, in your opinion?
Probably the child tax credit.
The child tax credit. So it's not true that they were trying to expand Medicaid and Medicare far more
Yeah.
than what it is right now, and maybe even expanding it
Yeah,
to.
actually, yeah, I might take that back. I don't think the child tax credit would end up being more than those. So I mean, I would probably say, yeah, it'd probably be expansions to the ACA, Medicaid, and Medicare, things like that.
Okay, good. Well, usually when government institutions make estimations on how much money a government program is going to require, they always get it wrong, and it ends up being far more in all cases, from building a bridge to a huge government program. So I'm skeptical that by her expanding these expensive services, including education, as she promised, we wouldn't have risen the debt by trillions of dollars, which in my opinion would have caused a bunch of inflation. It would have been unsustainable.
Again, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget looked at that and saw that Donald Trump would add more debt in terms of 4 trillion more in terms of his campaign plans. I mean, his big, beautiful, big, ugly bill is adding trillions, multiple trillions. You're telling me you like that policy?
No, I do not like that policy. What I'm saying is that I believe the Democratic Party would have risen it even more.
That's ridiculous. I mean, again, based upon the campaign plans, that's just not true. Based upon what they did in the previous administration, that's just not true. So what standard are you basing it on? You're basing it on this idea you have in your head that just Democrats are worse for fiscal spending, right, and fiscal responsibility, but that's just not true here, and there's no good evidence to indicate that now.
It is true. Show me.
I just told you the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, and you said you need to look into it.
For example, did Biden raise the national debt?
Yes.
Did Obama raise the national debt?
Yes.
Then there is the answer. By trillions of dollars.
Wait, so did Trump. Trump actually did more than Biden.
That's why they're both. Yeah, yes, but during COVID.
Oh no, we're talking about what they signed into law and even non-COVID related. The non-COVID related debt spending from Trump is more than the entirety of the overall debt related spending signed into law under the Biden-Harris administration.
Is that so?
Yes, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates that.
Are you comparing what actually happened versus what they promised? Because what I'm telling you is that when a politician promises,
I'm referencing what actually happened.
Okay, yeah. So you're comparing something that happened under the Trump administration versus that's something that they think might have happened under
what they signed into law.
I understand, but that has happened because Trump became president. Kamala is not president. So therefore, we're comparing with something that
for the projections for the future are for the Harris versus Trump, but when we're talking about things that have already happened, it's Biden versus Trump in terms of the first administration for Biden, first administration for Trump.
Okay, got it. Well, but the question is if we're comparing Trump with Kamala. What I'm saying is that any estimation that says that Kamala would have spent less money is likely wrong, because any estimation from the government saying that something is going to cost X amount of money is usually wrong, and it's wrong by a lot, even in small projects or in big projects. Like, show me one government project that cost, I don't know, $100 million, and it ended up costing $100 million as they planned. It's always more and more by multiples. So yeah, I don't think it's fair to compare what Trump is.
So again, you just said all you're saying is you feel like it will be more. That's it. That's all you just said.
It's not a feeling. It's based on
That is
evidence.
what evidence?
The evidence that every single government program says this is going to cost X amount of money, and it ends up costing multiples of
But
that.
like, what evidence you have that Donald Trump is going to be less or more fiscally responsible?
Sure, because you do a projection. You can calculate very easily that expanding Medicare and Medicaid,
What
given the
projections
amount,
and what projections specifically indicate that Donald Trump, right, would have done less debt-related spending than Kamala Harris?
well, he did the cuts on Medicaid and Medicare, didn't he?
Okay,
Those are
wait,
the.
or you think those are good?
I think making cuts on those things is good. I don't think
Okay,
that
but
the
he
big of a
overall, by the way, he overall increased the deficit still.
which is bad. Yes, which
Okay,
is
so
bad.
then the idea that you're saying that like, oh, he involved cuts is not at all addressing the reality that
you're
he's
misunderstanding.
overall is still adding to the debt.
I'm saying that those specific cuts are good, but overall it's bad because he ended up spending more. That's what I'm saying. Okay, and Kamala promised increases on the government programs that are the
How about this?
biggest.
If you can't provide like a counter source, right? Then what conversation are we gonna have?
Well, okay, we might not have a conversation, but let me ask you one thing. In the first debate that we had a long time ago, you claimed that inflation is made up. Okay, you might have changed your mind because it was a long time ago.
I did not make the. What do you mean by inflation is made up?
Well, you said that since money is made up, it's not real. It's something that we came up with. Let's not let it devaluate. That was your claim, but it was a long time ago. I understand if you changed your mind.
So,
So let us do it.
I mean, money is made up.
Yes.
But yes,
Just like
obviously my
social
views have
science
changed
made
over
up,
time.
it's not made up.
I doubt I held that specific view. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
there was miscommunication, but yes, my views have heavily progressed. You probably talked to me like when I really early on in a TikTok
Yeah.
cycle.
Yeah. Let me ask you, what creates inflation then, in your opinion?
What leads to it depends on the scenario. I think it's heavily contextual to the scenario. It could be supply chain issues. It could be specifically money supply increase without there being a productive services increase. There are various factors.
Right. Do you believe that there is inflation if you print more money, but also you expand the production of goods and services?
If there's more money in the economy, but there's an increase in productive services, then no, there wouldn't be inflation.
I believe that
Only
there will be.
contextual to certain markets if it wasn't present within those certain markets. But if you're assuming that was true across the entirety of the economy, well then no, we wouldn't see inflation.
I believe that there will be inflation because let's say that in another scenario, let's say that you have a factory that produces cars and you sell a car for $20,000. If you wouldn't printed any money, the car would have gone down in price to $50,000.
Just listen to this. If you increase supply and demand equally, would prices increase?
No, but that doesn't mean
There we go. That's all we're saying.
Okay, well, but okay, would you agree that there is still destruction in purchasing power?
Is there a destruction in purchasing power due to who?
To the consumer, to everyone, to anyone who holds dollars.
From what? From inflation?
Exactly, because even though prices don't
inflation devalues dollars, right? But actually, some level of inflation is okay within a target rate because it allows for actually like an incentive to invest.
I disagree with that. Actually, I would debate you.
That's ridiculous, though. Like I can show you how you're wrong.
Then okay, I can show you how you're wrong. Then explain to me why Apple didn't go bankrupt if technology is going down in price every year.
Restate that, sorry.
Okay, there's a bunch of goods and services that are deflationary. How come those companies didn't go bankrupt?
I'm confused. I'm confused what your point is.
Like a smartphone in the 80s was worth like $15,000 from that time, not corrected by inflation, like actual $15,000. Today, a smartphone can be worth $100, and it's a far more powerful computer in your pocket. That's deflationary by definition. Why would a company create a product for a better product at a lower price? Why would they do that?
More people would buy it.
Correct. Therefore, deflation is good. What you're confusing is inflation.
Wait. You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. You're applying it. Actually, you're saying that because in certain circumstances, right, an increase in technology, right, leading to a decrease in the price of a particular good means deflation is good in all scenarios. What type of crazy argument is
No,
that?
there's what I was going to say is that there's two types of deflation. Number one, the one created by stable monetary supply and increase in technological progress and increase in goods and services in the economy. And number two is the bad type of inflation, the one when the monetary supply is shrinked, like in the boom and bust cycle. That I'm pretty sure you've heard about.
I mean,
So
I
I'm
mean, I,
that
I'm,
inflation
I'm,
is bad.
I just don't think you have a better perspective saying that the money supply increasing specifically always leads to inflation. No, in most circumstances, you could say it leads to inflation. But did you know that the money supply increased more under Trump?
Yes, which I criticize a lot.
Okay, but
Definitely.
like, if you're gonna talk about like who's better, you have to look at fiscal responsibility. You've got to look at the impact on inflation, and you got to see that
Mhm.
Donald Trump's policy clearly has a more of an upward pressure on inflation, not only because of the
But
fiscal irresponsibility, but also because of the tariffs.
But also it's true that under Trump, the monetary supply shrinked more than anyone else. What happened is that during COVID, spending went up, so therefore the monetary supply goes up, and
I
then
don't
it
know. You
crashed.
mean it shrunk? What are you talking about? No, it didn't.
Yes, it
Not
did it.
under Trump.
Look at the M2 supply.
Yeah, I did. I have already.
Yeah, it goes up and it goes down. It shrinks.
When did it go down under Trump?
I don't have the year at the top of my head, but it was after COVID, which makes perfect sense because economic activity went
But
down.
it went down very like small levels. Wasn't that under Biden?
It was during the beginning of COVID, during COVID. My point here is not to defend that specific policy from Trump. What I'm saying here is that printing money is bad. You cannot create wealth by printing money.
Um, the the drop? What are you talking about? I actually I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'm looking at M2 right now.
You're looking at M2 right now?
Yeah, the decrease happened under Biden in 2022 to
Yeah,
2023.
I'm not here saying it happened. I did say that it happened under Trump, but I could have been
And
mistaken.
actually, Trump's been increasing the money supply, dude.
Yeah, although you know that the president doesn't have power over the monetary supply. They do
Well,
not. They don't.
I meant like it was happening under his administration. Yes, of
Yes,
course.
but they don't control it.
Yes, of course. Wait, but you were the one saying specifically the money supply is the cause of that, right? If you want to reference debt-related spending, something that could then impact the level of money
Yes.
supply, well, then obviously Trump's worse, and you have yet to respond to that point.
What I would say is that it depends on the bill. But here's the thing, Kamala, if you see a candidate that promises to increase the funding in the most expensive government programs, you have to conclude that that's going to increase spending far more than the candidate that promises more funding on the smaller government programs. It's common sense.
No, okay.
How?
I'm just okay. I want you to go and look at the source because I don't think that there's going to be any movement in this conversation anymore.
Okay, but the source is just going. I would just compile a bunch of sources of a government institution predicting how much money something would cost, and then it ends up costing more. And that's my logic. It's just basically pattern recognition. I could be wrong.
So you're saying the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is just giving a wrong number?
Definitely, definitely.
Okay. What makes you think that your number is better? You just feel like it?
I don't have a number, okay? But it's pattern recognition. If you see that the government says this is going to cost $10 million and it always ends up costing $30 million, you just do basic projection, and you know that it's going to be far higher. I do not believe that Kamala would have spent just $4 trillion or $5 trillion like Trump did.
No. I said 4
Then
trillion
Medicaid and
less than
Medicare.
Trump, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Yes, I doubt that. Medicaid and Medicare are
Okay.
gigantic.
Well, if you just are gonna doubt it without looking at the source, I don't know if I can
The thing is
convince you
that
at all.
there's no source for something that doesn't exist. It never happened. She never won.
What are you talking about? We're talking about a source for an estimate, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna say that
And how does that work?
you're gonna accept any estimate, this would be the best estimate to accept.
Yeah, but that's people looking at her campaign promises and making projections over what they believe.
Yeah,
What you're asking me is find
based upon the
somebody's
campaign. This is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, based
Doesn't
upon the
matter.
campaign promises.
Exactly. So basically, it's only someone else's opinion. You just take a bunch of economists and they look at the promises and they say, well, in my opinion, they're going to spend this amount of money.
Okay, all right.
That's
so-
literally the source that you're asking
And
for.
and are you saying that your opinion is more valid than theirs?
No, I only control my vote.
Wait, so
I
then
only control my
is
opinion.
their opinion better than yours on this?
Only for me, yes. But I don't control what you think. I don't control
Okay.
what people think.
So it seems like you'll accept the information. But I want you to go look into the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. It seems like you're going to be on the right side of history as soon as you do that.
Okay. Well, I think you can get the next guest, and let me tell you.
I gotta hit a restart. I gotta hit a restart on this live on TikTok. I want to figure out why the fuck I'm sparkling. Why am I sparkling? I'll be right back here on TikTok. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. Okay, chat. Is this still happening? Is it still happening? Yes. Okay. Okay, that didn't help, did it? Nope. What is it, chat? What is it? What do I do? So I turn off virtual camera. Is it still there? Yeah, so it's like not the virtual camera. Here, let me try this. Deactivate. Activate. What the fuck is going on? Chat, what is going on? Restart computer, but I don't want to restart the live. Settings in your recording software. I mean, but the thing is, I don't know what to do on that. Yeah, what does it do? Tighten the cables? We'll check. Okay, chat. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, chat. I'm just cooked. Dude, why is my camera sparkling? Why is my camera sparkling / staticky? Move on. No, I literally see it though. Whatever. I think I should just give up. Whatever. Fuck it. All right. Let me go back on to TikTok. Alrighty. There we go. All right, we're starting the live here on TikTok again. What's up, everyone? How's everybody doing? There we go. It's working again. We still are sparkling, chat. I don't know what to do to fix that. I don't think there is a fix, to be honest with you. There is no fix. There's nothing. We got nothing. We're just gonna be sparkling today, I tell you. What's up, everyone joining in? What's good? What's good? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. What's good? What's good, everyone? We're going to sparkle. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's get some debates up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Nicole, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Dean.
You, what's up? How old are you?
20. When you ever gonna debate Dean?
20. Debate Dean?
Yeah.
Why would I debate Dean? Sonny, thank you for the $2.
I feel like it would be a really good debate.
You think Dean and I debating would be a good debate? Why?
Because you're both very smart.
You know, we've already debated before.
I've never seen it.
You should look up Parker versus Dean debate.
What's it on? Well, like, what was it on a show or?
Yeah, it was on TikTok.
No, a show. I said a show. TikTok's not a show.
What do you mean a show? This is a show. Is this not a show?
No.
Why not?
How is this a show?
What? I mean, what's different about this than a show?
Well, tell me how this is a show, because I don't think it's a show.
I asked you what's different.
What
what's-
are we comparing?
This and a show.
Well, this is a live stream of you debating your viewers. A show has multiple episodes of
Yeah, this is
something.
multiple. This is multiple episodes.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
This is currently an episode.
How? What's the episode? What's it called?
Parker debates Trump supporters live.
Well, I think you just made that up.
You can look at my
Okay,
YouTube.
so where's
dude.
it at? Where can I watch you and Dean debate?
YouTube.
And how long is the video?
Hours. Every day.
Can
Everyone,
or
thank you
can,
for
can
the
you
$10.
debate
Thank
Charlie
you.
Kirk?
I have. On Jubilee in front
recently,
of
though.
29 million people.
He's actually, I think he's been dodging you and Dean.
Okay, well then I can't get him to debate me if he won't debate me.
But you should, because that would be a really,
Okay,
really.
why do you support Trump?
Why? To be honest, I don't even know. I just don't think Kamala is good.
Why?
I don't know. It's just stuff I've heard.
Like what?
That she's just a bad person.
How so? What did she do?
See, that's where I'm stuck. I don't know. I don't know. Everyone I'm around just likes Trump, so I just go Trump.
Okay, is Trump a bad person?
He has. I heard he's essayed people. He is an essayer. Right? Is that true?
Say that one more time.
SA?
Yes, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
How long ago was that?
When was he held civilly liable?
Yeah.
2022.
Did he do his time, or did he like?
He was held civilly liable, so he had to pay millions of dollars in damages because it was past the statute of limitations specifically on criminal cases for sexual assault in New York, which is a ridiculous law that shouldn't exist. There should never be a statute of limitations for SA.
SN or SA?
SA.
Oh. What is the worst debate you ever had?
You.
Me? How?
Have a conversation with me. Let's give me a response to what I just said.
I'm not good at debating.
I'm not asking you to be good at debating. I'm asking what's your response as a person.
I think that's bad.
Think what's bad?
What you
Push low ground. What's bad about what I said?
I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall.
I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall because you're not
No.
giving me a response.
I just gave
You should
you a
look
response.
into a mirror. You should look into a mirror. What response?
See, like, what the fuck, bro? I'm talking to a brick, bro.
Really? You think that?
Yeah. All your videos, you see,
I have a
like, you
question.
try to be so smart, but now it's like
Can I ask you a
you're
question?
stupid.
Really? Can you name 2
Really.
Donald Trump economic policies that he influenced to get passed that you like?
I told you, I don't know anything of.
You don't know anything. Can you tell me how many branches of government there are?
No.
Can you tell me what 6 squared is?
6 square?
6
Is that what you
squared.
said?
Yeah.
No. But
If
I
you're
gave you a
if
response,
you're in a
and
race, if you're in a race and you pass the person in second place, what place are you now in?
really, you know how old that joke is?
Go ahead. It's not a joke. I'm just trying to see.
It's a joke.
I promise you, I'm not joking right now.
No, I know you're not, but you know how pass along that joke or whatever, like,
Then you should know the response, right? What's the
yeah,
what's the
you're in
answer?
second.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay. Making sure for what?
At what degree and temperature does water freeze?
Fahrenheit or Celsius?
I said Fahrenheit.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Um, I don't know that, but I know Celsius.
How do you know Celsius but not Fahrenheit if you live in the U.S.?
Because I just know Celsius.
Really? What is it in Celsius?
0.
Why do you know it in Celsius but you don't know Fahrenheit?
Because I just do.
What state do you live in?
That's a why.
Just I'm asking a state, or you could give
I'm
me.
not telling all 600
Okay.
people what state I live in.
Okay, what Northeast?
No.
North in general?
No.
South?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've never been around snow.
I mean, yeah, but not. It doesn't really snow like that.
Okay. Sure. All right.
What can you? When are you gonna debate Dean?
Okay. Have a good day,
Like
man.
recent. Because I.
Alexa, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Alexa. I really appreciate it. Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's crazy. Allison, thank you for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Evelyn, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Why is he sparkling? I don't know. It's acting weird today. Thank you for the monkey. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. Happy 4th of July, man.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
I think his policy is good. You know, give me a sec. I'm in a bathroom. Sorry. Give me a sec. I'm done.
Yo, what's up?
Sorry,
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
August 13, 2005.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
And oh, by the way, happy birthday to America.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Mostly because AB.
Okay. What about abortion?
I'm for human rights.
Okay, wait. I have a question. Are you Christian?
Yeah, but like not like I just started kind of.
Can you name one Christian norm or Christian-like thing that Donald Trump supports that is not related to abortion?
Not really sure. Like I just like start getting into church and stuff.
Okay. So then why specifically on abortion?
Because I feel like killing a human being is not right.
Okay.
I think abortion is murder.
Do you think that a zygote is a person?
Yeah, it is.
Could you ever fully see a person underneath a microscope? Chris, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
I mean, like a fetus or whatever.
No, is it possible to fully look at a person underneath a microscope? Yeah, a fetus or anything.
Yeah, it is.
Really? Like you can look at even a fetus underneath a microscope?
I mean, like a baby in the womb or
No,
whatever.
you can't look at a
But not a
fully. You
fetus. No,
can't. You
not a
can't
fetus.
fully look at a baby
No.
through a microscope.
No. But is a fetus a human being though?
As well, once it has sentience.
Yes or no?
Once it has sentience.
No, it's a human being. I debated Dean on this, and he
What is a
agreed
human
with me.
being?
A human being, someone with limbs, eyes, a nose, ears.
So zygotes aren't human beings.
It doesn't matter though. They are not. They can't talk. They're not fully developed.
Okay, none of those are determinant of whether or not you're a human.
But they have a. They have the
Evelyn, thank you so much
potential
for the
to be.
$10. Thank you so much.
They have the potential to be a human being, just like you, because you were a fetus once, right?
No, I was never a fetus.
So how would you feel if your mom AB'd you? How would you feel?
I wouldn't have felt anything.
But like, let's just
I
say
would have
though.
never existed.
But okay, so then
That's like saying, how would you feel if your parents pulled out on the day that they conceived you?
Okay, but how would you feel if your mom told you that though?
I wouldn't feel any specific type of way. She wouldn't be able to
You
tell
wouldn't
me
feel
anything.
sad. You wouldn't feel sad if she like told you she wanted to AB you
Why? Why would I?
because what if she said she didn't? Because she didn't want you.
Okay.
So you wouldn't feel sad or anything.
No.
Yeah. So it's okay to kill a human being.
It's not a human being
It is
at
though.
that early point in pregnancy.
It's the beginning. It's the beginning of human development. Yep.
Okay. And that doesn't mean that it's a person, right? So I have a question. What's a person?
Someone who has 4 limbs, ears,
Okay.
eyes,
I'm sorry.
and who can talk.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Someone who has 3 limbs, are they a person?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's a person?
You and me.
Thank you for telling me that. I didn't know I was a person. Really. Thank you.
Yeah, someone who has either XX or XY chromosomes.
You know that there are different configurations for chromosomes, like X, X,
Yeah,
Y.
there's 2 genders. There's a female and a male.
Spider, thank you for the $5 on YouTube super chat. Female and male are biological sexes, right? Not gender. Secondly, if you want to reference this, there's more than just that because there's people who are intersex.
Oh, there's more than 2 genders?
There are people who are intersex.
Nah, there's 2 genders, buddy. There's a male and a female.
That's not gender. That's sex. And again, intersex people
Same
exist.
thing, buddy.
Do you think intersex people exist? First of the Galaxy, thank you.
No, I don't. There's 2, buddy. Look,
Hey, dude.
there's a female and
Hey,
a
dude,
male, right?
You cannot deny the existence of intersex people. You can't just say intersex people don't exist. There are intersex people in the chat, okay? Stop denying the existence of people that literally are listening to the live currently. First Standard.
You're just delusional. I'm sorry.
How
to
am
say.
I delusional? You just denied the existence of someone listening to the
Just
live
you're
right now.
delusional, just like your boyfriend, Dean.
How am I delusional?
Because you said there's 2 or more than 2 sexes. There's only a female and a male. Okay.
Do you think intersex people exist?
No.
Do you want to bet?
Yes.
Okay, how much?
I don't care. What do you want to bet?
How much? Give me a number.
Okay, $1,000.
Okay. So intersex people have different configurations, right, of chromosomes, can have different configurations of sex characteristics, right? It's not just one difference in sex characteristics, but it's the fact that there are differing sex characteristics, right? So it could be someone who's specifically biologically male, but it is the case that they have XX chromosomes, or they can be biologically female and they have XY chromosomes, right? That would be an example of someone who's intersex. Now, not all people who are intersex have the same chromosomes configuration, right? Nor do they have the same set of sex characteristics, right? There's differences in the sex characteristics of plenty of intersex people, right? But that's an example of an intersex person. Ashley, think of the Galaxy. So you owe me $1,000. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as you can support me over the description on the bio on the YouTube super chat and as well. Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Alexa, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So like, what made you become a liberal? Because you were conservative, right? You were conservative.
Facts, reason, and evidence.
Oh, facts. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to say, but Charlie Kirk destroyed you.
On
and
what
so
point?
did I.
On what point? He got hate speech, hateful behaviors. He destroyed me on what point did you guys destroy me on? What? That was embarrassing. Plausible. Thank you for the 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yo, hello.
Oh, that's so cool. Plausible. That's so. Oh, what the hell? I accidentally just expanded you. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007, April 9.
Okay. And did you vote for Donald Trump
Yes.
when you
Well,
were
no, I
17?
couldn't. No. But I would if I could.
I don't know. They immediately went to lie. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing?
How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Luke, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. What month?
December.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
He dropped the big beautiful bill.
Okay. Can you tell me one aspect of the big beautiful bill that you like?
You said it was beautiful. If it has beautiful in the name.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, why so?
because I'm not a faggot.
Whoa.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely, brother.
Okay, what's your birth year?
My birth year, sorry? 2003.
And you said you're how old?
21.
What month?
November.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Basically, I support Trump because the big, beautiful
You're
bill.
totally trolling, bro. Come on, man.
What are you talking about, man? Fuck you, man. The fuck are you talking about? Trolling.
What are you,
Seriously?
Dean?
Why are you not taking me seriously?
Why
My
do you
Dean.
sound like Dean?
I don't know who Dean is, man.
What are you talking about, dude?
Who's Dean? Who are you talking about, brother?
Dean? You don't know who Dean is? Dean Withers? Dean fucking Withers?
Who the fuck is that?
You don't know Dean fucking Withers?
No, man.
That's embarrassing.
I'm a
dude.
fucking farmer. I don't do this TikTok shit.
I know that's not Dean. Chad. It's not Dean.
No, it's not Dean. I don't know.
It sounds like Dean trying to troll though. Like it sounds like someone trying to troll. You know, Cinderella. Thank you for the dragon crown. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Mostly for his closed border policy.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Yeah, just ask which one.
His closed border.
Yeah, like which closed border policy?
The border is closed.
Which closed border policy?
Maybe policy is not the right word. So maybe, look, he came into office, signed executive orders, and shut the border down.
Which
Am I
executive
wrong?
order?
I don't know. One of the first 200 he signed. I could look it up. I don't have.
One of them isn't an example
Yes.
of one of them.
No, he made the border a national security issue.
Taylor,
He
thank you for the
labeled
$10. Thank you.
Nicaragua He labeled Nicaragua as a terrorist organization.
I have a
which is
question. I have a
correct.
question. Do you agree with the big beautiful bill allocating specifically more funding to the military, right? Or I mean, not to the military, to ICE than the militaries of plenty of different nations?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Did you know that we spend more on ICE than Italy does on its military, than Israel does on its military, than the Netherlands, than Brazil, than Switzerland? We're right behind
100%.
Canada
Yep.
in terms of their spending on the military.
Yep, 100%. I support it.
You support that much spending on ICE?
Yep.
Right? Going into communities, deporting people without due process, detaining them, violating their constitutionally protected rights.
What constitutional protection do illegal immigrants
Due
have?
process, equal protection
No.
under the law. Did you know that
Nope.
the 14th Amendment specifically says within Article 1 that everyone within the country is granted equal protection under the law, which is granted under due process rights?
The only due
Luke,
process
thank you for the
for
$5.
illegal,
Thank you.
the only due process for illegal immigrants is determine whether or not they are legal or illegal.
Due process. Due process.
That is their due process.
That's
The only
not
thing you have to
again.
determine
That's
is
not the
whether
due
they are in
process.
that country
You know
illegally.
that due process hasn't even been granted under the Trump administration.
Okay, so how do you? What number of illegal immigrants do you think are in this country?
I mean, I don't know the specific number of people who are in the country undocumented.
If you had to guess, is it 5, 10, 20 million? What would your guess be?
Between 10 to 15.
So how do you expect for? I think there's 700 or 800 immigration judges. How are they supposed to have 15 million trials to determine whether the people in this country should be in this country or not? How long do you think that would take?
Oh, then if you acknowledge that mass deportation is just not something that you can actually reliably do, then wouldn't you say that you should do mass amnesty?
No, I mean Obama deported 5 million.
And maybe
people,
you should
so-
take some of that money you're putting into ICE and put it into immigration judges. How about you do that? Because it sounds like instead of specifically addressing it from a overall perspective in terms of the court system, you just want to fund more enforcement.
Okay,
right,
so
of things without due process.
On that note, would you be more accepting if there was funding for, say, I'm sorry if I'm wrong on this. I don't have like all the facts in my face right now. I'm on my phone and not a computer. But if I think there's like 700 immigration judges. So would you be accepting of like saying taking that number to 3,000 so that they could process illegal immigrants faster?
Yeah.
So cut ICE funding and hire more judges to get rid of illegal immigrants.
Yeah. Push that mustache. The judges specifically, not to get rid of undocumented immigrants, but to process specific pathway to citizenship for more undocumented immigrants.
I'm not talking undocumented. I'm talking people that came here illegally.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Undocumented
Because there are-
immigrants. Undocumented immigrants, any undocumented immigrant in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, we should hire more immigration judges to process claims, right, for more people to go through the citizenship process.
But we can't also allow everybody that wants to come here to come here. We can't just open up.
If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, what's the reason why you shouldn't allow them in the country?
If they haven't okay, sure. If they haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, where in their country?
Anywhere. At any
And
point in time.
who's to validate that? Like who's to determine whether or not they have
Their documentation.
Okay, so why do we allow those people to be in this country prior to knowing if they're a violent criminal or not?
We don't typically,
We do.
unless you're referencing the asylum process, because we're trying to ensure that people who are seeking asylum are protected and kept safe. Plus, I mean, you understand that people specifically come through passports and are, coming through tourists, right? And we don't verify every single tourist in that type of sense. I mean, Donald Trump had to fucking Andrew Tate come to our country.
Yeah, Andrew Tate's an idiot. I don't agree with everything that this guy does. The Andrew Tate stuff is dumb. As far as like, and not all illegal immigrants, I'm not trying to say everybody that comes here shouldn't be here. There are plenty of cases where there's good people that are trying to come to this country because they legitimately are looking for help. But there are also people that, like Sarah Adams, for instance, who was a former CIA targeter, talks about at least over 1,000, if not multiple thousands of like Taliban and ISIS and Al Qaeda terrorists that have entered this country illegally.
It'll be easier for law enforcement to identify anyone come to the country for nefarious means if it is the case that we incentivize more of the people in the country who are undocumented to go through the legal process by allowing them to give a pathway to citizenship if they've committed a violent crime or bad crime, right? Given the condition specific, and also given the case that they don't have to leave the country.
But they should
so
come
like
here legally,
that incentivizes them to go through the legal process, and it makes it easier for law enforcement to identify anyone coming to the country for nefarious means.
Right, but they should have to come here legally. We shouldn't just be allowing people to walk
Well,
across.
that would be if we have a legal process that makes sense. Currently, the legal process takes too long for people to get to this country.
What is the what takes too long about it? Why is the legal process too long in your opinion?
Because Republicans specifically have put things artificially within the context of our immigration system to make it artificially take more time.
So what do you think a perfect immigration system looks like? What's your idea of a good immigration system?
One that doesn't take years upon years upon years for people to get in the country, but instead takes maximum 6 months.
And what's your idea of like a good deportation system?
If you have committed a violent crime or a bad crime insofar as that it meets a certain threshold of you should be deported, then in those circumstances, they should be deported. On the condition they'll be put in a prison in another country.
Okay. So what was your take on Obama's administration deporting over 5 million people then?
I disagree with the level of deportations they did, but they engaged in a due process.
There's no way Obama had 5 million trials for due process on 5 million people.
They had a process called expedited removal.
That's still in place. It was signed by Bill Clinton in 96.
So so in terms of expedited removal, that particular process grants people the access to due process, right? And going in front of a judge.
And
that's the due process they engage in. Is it the level of due process that I would like? No. But
do you believe that
is it an actual set of due process? Yes.
So, and you believe that Obama used due process for every illegal immigrant that he had removed from the country? Because it's over 5 million.
That condition existed, yes.
It still exists now. Expedited removal still exists.
Donald Trump is removing it in scenarios and not even granting the access to that. Like for example, Donald Trump illegally fucking deported Abrego Garcia, right, who was then fucking tortured.
And
right, he was literally tortured. He was tortured and he was fucking removed from the country without due process. And the Supreme Court unanimously determined that Donald Trump was violating the law by deporting him to an El Salvadorian prison.
Right, but the Supreme Court also said that he could be deported anywhere but El Salvador. That was the only issue with his deportation.
You understand? One, he didn't get due process. You didn't get due process for it. Secondly, that led to him having his constitutional rights violated. Led to him being tortured. Don't sit here and justify that. That's fucking actually abhorrent.
Well, Garcia had trials in 2019.
Not specifically for deportation, right? Deportation order in terms of this.
The only thing in 2019 was they said that he could not be deported to. Where was he deported to? Was it Venezuela?
I'm not quite familiar, but I would have to check. But like again,
where was he? Where El Salvador is where he was recently deported to. Correct.
Yes.
That was what the Supreme Court said. Is that was the only place he couldn't be deported to.
I thought you were referencing something in the past. In terms of
because in 2019, I'm sorry, in 2019 they had trials with this guy and they determined that he had however the wording is, but he could be deported, just not to whatever his home country was.
Can you provide me a source that there's a deportation order for back then? I would love to see it.
You'd have to look. It's in 2019. I don't have.
Go find it. I'll talk to someone in the meantime.
I don't have I guess I could look it up.
You
on
can
my
look
phone.
it up on your phone while I talk to someone. Yeah, I won't be able to hear you until you come back into the app.
Okay.
In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just support America.
Okay. How does supporting Donald Trump supporting America?
You're on a live during 4th of July. Dude, get a life.
You're on a live on 4th of July.
Get a life.
Well,
Seriously.
you get a life. You're on a live on 4th of July right now. You get a life. Go get a life right now.
Dude, listen.
You're on a live on 4th of
I
July.
have kids in the bathroom. They're taking a shower. I'm outside. I'm bored.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so
You
then
pop
I'm
up on
confused.
TikTok. You are the most annoyingest person I think I've ever met.
Annoyingest? Why so? Why am I the most annoyingest person?
Because you hate America.
How do I hate
Just say it.
America? Just tell me, please. I want you to describe to me how I hate America. Don't run away. Oh, is he running away? Is Chris running away because I'm the most annoyingest person ever? Thomas, how old are you? Thomas, how old are you?
60.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay, why so?
For everything he has done since the day he took office in his first term to make America great again.
Okay, when is America going to be great?
It is now.
It's great. It's great right now. Why? How is it great?
Yeah.
In what way?
No tax on tips. And that comes from someone who's been getting tips his whole life and being ripped off by everybody who hasn't had the nads to step up to the plate and help the ordinary guy.
It's a deduction, and the deduction it just takes place of the standard deduction, and it's like 10,000 more than the standard deduction.
On tips.
That's it. No, there's still tax on tips. It's just a deduction.
No, there's not.
Yes, there
is. You can
is.
say there is, but it is plain and clear by the bill he signed today on Independence Day that there is no taxes on tips.
Okay, I have a question. Are all the payments people send to me taxable?
Are all the what?
Are all the payments people send to me taxable?
Are all the payments people send to me?
Send to me taxable because they tip me.
I don't know. You tell me. You heard what's going on today.
They are taxable.
So explain it to everybody out there what you have heard.
So they are taxable. All the payments people send me are taxable because one, it only applies to certain conditions in terms of industries, and two, it's a deduction, right? It's a capped deduction at 25,000, right, which is on top of which is only 10,000, or I mean a bit on top of the standard deduction. Standard deduction being 12,000, so it's like about a double to the standard deduction.
Well, I mean, there might be parameters within this thing, but nobody makes $2 million in taxes. Nobody makes $200,000 in taxes. Nobody makes what you're talking about that would eliminate you from getting that benefit. I don't know what
what benefit
we're getting in taxes every year, but it's far below the cap.
Far below what cap?
That you're talking about.
What cap?
The one you just expressed.
And which cap was that?
Talking there's parameters. Well, those parameters are far below what you make. So you're gonna get it. You just want people to think you're not included in this.
And included in what? Like the Medicaid cuts?
No taxes on tips.
Okay, so
You're gonna get it whether you like it
people are
or
gonna get
not.
it if they're in the industry, right? But it is gonna be a deduction. It's not no tax on tips in general. David, thank you for the $21 for tip money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, David. Thank you. Jenna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $14 for as a restaurant owner. This is so far from Drew. Luke, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Kid, thank you for the $2.
Okay.
Luke, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Sorry.
So, like, oh, can you give me like a actual reason why you think that America is great? Because the no tax on tips thing hasn't even applied to anyone yet. Not a single person has it applied to.
Overtime. I'll keep going. No
That's
tax on
another
overtime.
deduction. That's a deduction.
Tell me how that doesn't apply to you as well. You
It's-
make so much overtime, you don't apply.
I don't make overtime because I'm self-employed.
Well, I do, so it helped me. And again, I'll just repeat myself. For 40 years of overtime, nobody has had the nads to step up to the plate and help me. And I ain't rich. I'm just a regular guy. Like
I have a question.
most
Did you go
people.
to public education?
Now I have
Thomas.
no taxes on my little
Thomas.
bit of overtime
Thomas.
because I don't get thousands of hours of overtime every week. I'm talking 5 or 10 hours a week in overtime, just tax free.
So Thomas, one, there's a cap because it's just a deduction for your overtime. It's not no taxes on overtime in general.
Cap. Tell me about this cap. How many thousands of hours a week do you have to have before you to not be eligible?
Yeah. So like I said, in terms of the cap, for the previous one, right? It was $25,000 for tips, like we were referencing in terms of a deduction.
Oh, so you know somebody that gets $25,000 annually in tips?
No, it's a deduction. It's a deduction, and yes, people can get $25,000 annually in tips.
Well, then they don't. Then they're not. They
Okay.
don't need.
By the way,
a tax
and then
break.
can I
If
clarify?
they're
And then wait, hold.
$25,000 a year in tips. A tax break is of no value to them. They're got plenty enough money.
What? $25,000 in a year?
Yeah, Elon Musk.
That's
and
like
Donald
that's
Trump
like
don't
dude.
need a tax break.
Dude, I'm
I'll
sorry.
say that.
Well, can you tell me what's 2 times 12?
What's 2 times 12? 24.
Okay, so that's about $2,000 a month. Okay, so you're telling me $2,000 a month, they have so much money that they're like, they don't need help? What reality are you living in?
They're making $24,000 in tips.
Yeah, like $24,000 in tips. That's $2,000 a month.
Right, and I'll say it again. They get They make enough money. They're not poor. They're not starving for money. They're not hungry. If there's a cap, I like it. I'm good. I'm good with rich people not getting richer. I'm not
Really?
good
Because
with
you know the
regular
tax
guy
breaks that you're
getting
referencing.
no tax.
The tax breaks that you're
If you're
referencing
trying
give
to
massive tax
say all
breaks.
this to
The tax breaks that you're referencing give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. What do you mean? It makes rich people richer at the expense of poor people in this country. Chad, thank you for the $3.44. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
tax free.
You think the money I just got was tax free?
It is if it's a tip.
Yeah, that was a tip, but it's not tax free because it's not because
It is tax free.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Luke,
it
thank you for the
is.
dollar. Thank you, Luke. So you think I don't have to pay any taxes this year?
No, you don't.
Do you think I shouldn't pay taxes?
You think what?
Do you think I shouldn't pay taxes?
No, I don't. You're not going to pay taxes on tips.
Yes, I will.
Period. Well, you can volunteer that money. The IRS will gladly
No, the
take it
IRS
from
the
you.
IRS
But it
will
is
force me to
now
pay
a
the money.
law. Donald Trump signed it in as a law
It's not-
that you are not going to pay, or I'll just say this, you don't have to pay taxes on that $3 tip
I
you
do.
got?
I do.
Well, you do because you want to, but you don't have to.
No, I have to.
No, well, you can
And
say
and by
that.
the way, it's
but
a little
that's
bit
a
of
lie. Now I'll just call you a
it's
liar.
it's not a lie.
You're-
Lindsay,
it
thank you
is a
for the
lie.
$10. Thank you, Lindsay. How is it a lie?
Because everybody has heard for the past year. I'll just put it like that. A year that there'll be no taxes on tips.
Yeah, it's only for the first 25,000, and then it's 12,500 for overtime.
And then you got so much money that $3 you can pay taxes on that, and I won't cry
It's
you a river
wait. I
over.
just want to clarify. A $25,000 deduction is not you paying. You get a deduction in the amount you pay. No, it's a
not a
deduction. It's a
deduction,
deduction in
taxes.
listen. It's a deduction in taxable income, meaning that you're only going to save your top marginal tax rate. So say your top marginal tax rate is 10%, right? You're only going to save $2,500, right, or $1,250 over the entirety of the year, but you actually will pay more by an increase in the prices of goods and services, specifically through the context of the
if
tariffs.
it's only $2,500.
Miss Smiles, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you for the $5. Thank
all
you.
you Democrats do that for me 25 years ago.
What'd you say?
If it's only $2,500, then why didn't a Democrat do that for me 25 years ago?
Do you have children?
I have 2 children and 7 grandchildren.
Okay, so Kamala Harris wanted to expand the child tax credit $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18.
He's also started an account. You're gonna
Burberry,
give
thank you
that
for $2,
baby
and she, thank you so much. I
$1,000
appreciate the
from
$10. Thank you. What'd you say?
He also is starting an account for.
Well, actually, I have a question. Do you think
of
over? So I have a question. Do you think over 50% of America is rich?
All this money being given to the regular person.
Hey.
And all this money being saved for the.
Hey, do you think that over 50% of this country is rich?
Pardon me?
Is over 50% of this country rich?
Well, I'm not interested in who's rich, and it doesn't interest me who's rich.
I'm just asking a
What
question. Is it possible for you to answer it?
Is that somebody saved me money this
Duke,
year?
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Joe, thank you for the $2. I don't think you can even reconcile with that. I don't think you'd even recognize if you paid
no
more.
amount of
You've had too many alcoholic drinks.
Crimea River crap that is going to suck the life out of what was given to me today by Donald J. Trump.
And he didn't give you anything. Do you work? Are you retired?
Yeah, I'm 60 years old.
Okay, so
No taxes on Social Security. Starting
wait,
today,
by the way, there is taxes
of
still
the
on Social
greatest
Security now.
president in the United States history,
There still is
Donald
taxes on
J.
Social Security.
Trump. And
There's-
it took Donald J. Trump to do that because Democrats and all the other politicians before him did nothing to help that.
No tax on Social Security is not in the bill.
It is in the bill. It is because I just watched. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Can you tell me where?
I'll
What's the
just call
deduction?
you a liar again.
What's the
'Cause
deduction?
Not only is it in the bill, Donald Trump signed it today.
What is the deduction?
It is a money savings amount for me.
99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall, 98 bottles of beer, 98 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 97 bottles of beer on the wall, 97 bottles of beer on the wall, 97 bottles of beer. Hey, take one down, pass it around. 96 bottles of beer on the wall, 96 bottles of beer, 96 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 95 bottles of beer on the wall. That's at least a few, right? You okay, man?
God bless alligator Alcatraz.
What? What did you just say?
I said, God bless alligator Alcatraz. Opened
Why?
today. Because now this country's going to be safer again.
How so? With a criminal as president?
By putting illegal criminal aliens in prison in the middle of the swamp.
One, you don't call people aliens. Two, if you wanted to put criminals in a prison specifically surrounded by alligators, well, then you'd put Donald Trump there. Push the crown.
Incarcerate all animals.
Did you just call undocumented immigrants animals?
Did I stutter?
You fucking disgusting piece of shit. What? What? Are you really trying to fucking dehumanize undocumented immigrants right now? That's a fucking disgusting thing for you just to fucking utter out of your mouth. You fucking absolute piece of shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? That type of dehumanization is fucking disgusting. Answer for yourself right fucking now before I boot you from my live. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Answer the question. Before I kick you from the live. What the fuck is wrong with you? Unmute your mic if you can figure it out.
I don't think he's figuring it out.
Thomas, unmute your mic. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, it's this patriotism that's got the best of me.
That's nothing to do with patriotism. That has everything to do with dehumanization. If you were a patriot, you wouldn't dehumanize people like that. That's fucking disgusting. Patriots love the country, right? And if you love the country, care about our constitution, you care about our due process rights, you care about treating people right with like literally dignity and respect, right? You don't believe in cruel and unusual punishment. And what he just demonstrated was not patriotism, but rather it was the most anti-American set of values you could possibly have. William, what's what were you talking about?
We were talking about Kilmar.
Yeah.
So in 2019, it wasn't like a deportation thing. He was offered like I think the wording was a withholding order or something.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with deportation order. So he clearly okay. By the way, like, can I just clarify? The Supreme Court established under the law, which is the law of the land, right? That he was deported illegally.
Yes, I don't disagree with that, because they had said in 2019 that he couldn't be deported to his home country of El Salvador because
there was no due process.
He was in 2019 he couldn't be deported to El Salvador because he was afraid of attacks from rival gangs. That's what I just read. Okay. I honestly think had we deported him to any other country, Venezuela, for instance, I don't think we would have ever heard of this guy.
I have a question. Why do you think he should be deported to Venezuela?
He's an illegal immigrant. He's not here.
I have a question. Has he ever lived in Venezuela?
No, he should be.
So why should he be deported to Venezuela if he's never lived there?
He shouldn't. All I'm saying is if he would have been, we would have never heard of the guy.
Regardless of whether or not you think we would have heard of him, doesn't change the fucking reality.
You're right.
I'm asking you, do you think it would be justified to send him to a country that he never lived in?
Do you think it's justified to have him living here? He's not a citizen.
Can you answer the question?
No, I don't. I do not agree with that.
Okay, so where should he be deported?
He should be deported to El Salvador, where he's from.
So exactly where the Supreme Court said that he shouldn't be deported to. And and he should be deported to the place that he was tortured. That's what you're saying?
And what evidence do you have that he was tortured? Like, who told you he was tortured?
Are you serious? I can show you an article right now indicating his expressed opinions and his witness to the fact that he was tortured where he was. Right. Plus, we have plenty of international human rights organizations qualifying the specific type of treatment, particularly within the context of these prisons.
No, I want to see, like, what article are you sourcing that he was tortured?
Got you.
Because I will read it. I don't agree that anybody should be tortured, but I don't agree that he should be in this country illegally either.
Literally, let me know which particular one you're okay with, because I can give you NBC, USA Today, Politico. I can give you BBC. I can give you CBS, Time. MSN, the New York Times, AP News. What
Just
would you
pick
like?
one. They're all liberal. Pick. I mean,
They're all liberal. I mean, you do
they're
not
all
accept
very
any of
liberal.
them.
I don't really accept any mainstream media, but if you
What media source will you accept?
honestly none at this point. I
None.
don't know.
So
I
then
don't
you
know what
don't.
media
Okay,
source
wait
you
to
can trust in this
clarify.
country.
If you won't accept any information, then how can we even have a conversation about what
No.
happened in reality? Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Look, this is my first time on anybody's TikTok live. I've been drinking all day. It's the 4th, so I am wording things a little bit stupidly. I'm not. It's just hard to fact check information because there's so much misinformation, even in mainstream media nowadays. So it's hard to even find one that you can trust.
I promise
For the
you, you'll
last 4
find
years-
more misinformation on the internet.
No, yeah, probably.
Like in typical, like if you just
probably
like
right.
scroll on TikTok, you'll probably see more misinformation there. But
You're
yes,
probably
obviously
wrong.
you should absolutely be critical of the sources that you look from in terms of mainstream media, and that's why I
The
typically look at
mainstream media just lies
I
to
typically
us.
try to look for independent or unbiased media.
What? So where do you like to? What's your news source?
AP News, NPR, Reuters, PBS.
So then pull up AP News.
I told you already. AP News gave
Yep.
us one.
So what do they say about him being tortured?
Like
what kind of torture?
what's up? I can just
Like,
give you the
how are they
article and then
tortured?
you can read it
Yeah.
if you'd like.
Sure.
Kilmar Brega Garcia says he was beaten and subjected to psychological torture in El Salvador jail.
So that's what he says. Like, are there witnesses to that, or is this just? Are we just taking the word of this guy?
In court documents, right, he literally describes what happened to him, right, along with the fact that, wait, like, you don't accept that?
Come on. I mean, from this guy's mouth,
You think he's lying?
this guy's a wife
about being
beater. He's got
tortured.
allegations against him for beating his wife. I mean, we can't take everybody at their word, can we?
Wait,
We
I have
can't take-
I have a question. You accept allegations, correct?
When there are,
You accept allegations, correct?
yeah, when there's police
So then,
reports.
do you accept the allegation against Donald Trump? Do you accepting him being held civilly liable of sexually abusing E.G. and Carroll? Do you accept the the case of Katie Johnson against Donald Trump?
I don't know the Katie Johnson case. I guess I haven't heard that name before.
If you accept allegations, then you'll accept the case specifically where he was
you
charged
can
with
share that
Epstein, right, for trafficking and assaulting a minor. That's what he was charged with.
Who was?
Right, that there was a case, Trump and Epstein, relating to Katie Johnson, and the only reason she took back the case specifically was because the fact that she was literally being harassed by MAGA.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't hear anything. I unplugged that. Sorry, what'd you say?
I just said okay. I don't know about the Katie Johnson case. I've never read into any
Okay,
of
but
this.
if you accept allegations, then you will totally accept the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. You will accept that and say that Donald Trump shouldn't be in a position of power.
No.
He shouldn't be.
I don't.
Or what are you
No,
saying?
He's civilly liable for sexual abuse. What does that mean?
What do you mean? And what does that mean? Wait, I have a question. What state do you live in?
North Dakota.
North Dakota. What time is it?
What town?
What time is it?
Oh, it's 8:57.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities within North Dakota?
Bismarck, Fargo, Grand Forks, Minot, Dickinson, Devil's Lake.
Okay, just seeing. Duke, thank you for the $10. Thank you. So I'm confused how you don't know what a civil court is. I thought maybe for a second you were Canadian, but. And thank you for the $5. Thank you.
What does it mean to be held civilly liable for sexual abuse? Like he grabbed the woman on her ass?
A civil court indicated that Donald Trump forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
That's not what they said.
That's what they said.
That would be rape, and he wasn't found civilly liable for rape.
Only reason it wasn't considered rape, particularly under the law at that time, which now it would be considered rape under the law, is because you had to use a male member and penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. When we acknowledge that any forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape, And so did the judge. The judge identified specifically that there was a colloquial usage of the term. Sid, thank you for the $100 for you from YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for W
Okay, I
Family
won't go too
tonight.
far into
I can't
all
watch
that
the live,
because-
but I hope everyone is having a good night. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much, Sid, as always. Keep some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. Shanae, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Eku, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. That's crazy. Courtney, thank you for
I'll
the
educate
$2.
myself more
Ariana,
on
thank you
the
for the
YouTube
$5.
channel.
Rebecca, thank you for the $25 for I hope this tip isn't taxed. Lol.
Hey, that tip is a deduction, by the way.
That's diabolical.
That last guy, I'm sorry, that last guy was wild. Sorry. You're way more patient than I think you should be with some people. Probably me included.
Miss Smiles, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it, Miss Smiles. Is there anything else you'd like to respond to or add?
No, I just wanted to get on here. For like I said, it was my first time. I think what is going on at the border is great. I think that having 0 crossings is great.
There wasn't 0 crossings. That was made up.
So what was the number?
I can find it, but there wasn't 0. Can you give me any source of 0?
No, it maybe wasn't 0, but it was 98% reduced.
Can you tell me what Trump did specifically to lead to that you agree with, and why would you even consider that a good thing in of itself?
What he did was allow the Border Patrol to do their job to shut the border down.
Okay,
What
so
I've heard
the Border
for the last
Patrol had
4
the
years
ability
is
to do
that-
their job before. I'm confused.
Not what I've heard. What I've been
I
being-
understand, but you've heard a propagandized Republican message.
No, what I've heard is that for the last 4 years, we've let 20 million illegals in this country.
That's a propagandized Republican message. Can you give me any evidence that 20 million undocumented immigrants came in the country under the Biden-Harris administration?
No, because they weren't keeping records. During
Okay,
the
well
Biden
then if you have no specific information, yes, they were keeping
Because
records.
Biden
If you
was-
have no specific information indicating that, then why do you believe it?
Why don't you believe it?
What? Don't believe what?
That 15 to 20 million people came here
Because
illegally.
there's no good evidence indicating that.
There is, because Border
What
Patrol
evidence?
agents have talked about not being able to do their job under the Biden administration.
How so? Which ones? And what are you referencing? What were they limited from doing?
Their job. You can
Like what?
People were just being fled into this country. There was an app that you could download.
Okay, yeah, that actually the CBP One app that was for asylum seekers that existed under Trump's administration in 2020 relating to
You can seek
COVID.
asylum, but to seek asylum, you need to go through the court to seek asylum. You can't just say you're seeking asylum and then come live here.
You technically can. You just have to identify yourself to authorities, and then you will get a court date.
You shouldn't be allowed to. You should be allowed to.
Okay,
seek
you could say
asylum.
you want to change the process, but that's ridiculous. And by the way, I have a source from PBS. It wasn't 98%; it was 60%.
From PBS. I'll look that up because what I saw was 98%.
It says fact checking the Trump White House claims about illegal immigration dropping sharply.
Okay, I will look that up.
Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Anything else you want to add?
Yes. But I can't think of how to.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Sprinkle, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It's actually crazy. Absolutely. Thank you so much, though, Sprinkle. Yeah, so what's your birth year?
04.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I think this is a topic I don't think nobody talk about. So I think this is a
You do
new
support Donald
topic.
Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, just making sure. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, this topic I think nobody talk about, and my topic is I think Donald Trump made a very good selection choosing RFK Jr. as the Department of Health of Secretary, and I think that him being the part of Health and Secretary, because here's the thing, I go to the gym mostly, and I feel like I'm seeing all the food dyes and all the ingredients, and I feel like it's like messed up for the stomachs and other stuff. And seeing he banning all those food items until in 2026, and I want to see your agreement, your opinion about that.
Okay. Do you think that science and health or health is based on science?
Maybe.
Maybe.
See, I never did a lot of research. I just only know about
How do you
that.
identify what's healthy? Science, right?
So, what I say when I look at healthy, I feel like I'd say for maybe look more in the ingredient to see like how many grams of protein, how many sodium it has, and all that stuff.
And you determine that those are specifically healthy conditions because of science indicating that that's what's healthy, right? Like that's what you need.
I guess you can say that.
Okay. If RFK doesn't accurately represent science, why would he be good for increasing health in the country?
Can I think about this for a few seconds?
Absolutely. Means everyone, if you would like to like the stream, make sure to tap the screen to try to get to 500,000 likes. Finn, thank you for the $10. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Finn. I really appreciate that. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube as well. Help get out to more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. Dan, thank you for the $10. And Adam, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, Parker, what was the question you asked me earlier?
I'm elevated, man. You can't ask me these questions, man.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I'm elevated. You can't ask me questions like this. Chat, you got to remind me.
You know what? You can just kick me.
Okay. Oh, Santana reminded me. Jeez, the memory is pretty bad sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I don't know what's wrong with my brain, chat. Shannon, think for this 31-month subscription, that's fucking nuts. W's for Shannon in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I'm on here? Hey, I just wanted to say hey, and I support you and Dean. I love you so much.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
I like his tariffs policy.
What tariff policy?
Like protecting national businesses.
Okay. Which protection of national businesses?
Because products are more expensive if you made it here. So if you make it like in China, for example, they're gonna be cheaper. So you need to implement
Make
some
other goods more expensive, so make it even worse for American consumers. You want more inflation?
No, because I think that if we implement tariffs on other countries, like American businesses are gonna grow a lot more, which prices are gonna become cheaper. People are gonna buy more American products. So at one point, the business is gonna grow a lot. So prices are gonna be more accessible.
No, the price will still go up because you'd say the price would go down. It'd only go down from the price that it originally went up to, not to like lower than what it originally was. Because again,
I'm
the
just
cost of
saying that
production is
it's
still higher in the United States. That's why you're saying we need to impose these tariffs to make other goods more expensive.
yeah, but why is so high to make it here?
That's the market.
I mean, there has to be a way you can make it cheaper. It doesn't matter. Let's suppose that's the standard price and we can change it. So if another product from another country is coming in here, is coming obviously cheaper.
Have you
So
been on my
nobody,
live before?
I think like a week ago.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you are new here. You haven't been on before. We are just looking for some new debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description in the bio. Everyone, you know what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
January.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I think that he's, making the world a better place.
In what way?
The good ways, he brought the gas prices down. Actually where I live, they're down. They're down like almost a whole dollar. But
they're barely down.
What state do you live in? I think it's different for states. I'm not.
No, if you look at the national level.
I know.
Are you actually 21?
No.
Let's go to the next person. Do make sure to like the stream, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 29, man.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I do. But before we even get more into this conversation, you ain't gay, are you?
No, why would that matter?
Just saying, bro. I seen you deny it, bro, and I know you like to mess with trans and everything, bro.
Trans people, and
bro,
acknowledging that you can find some trans people attractive does not make you
Why
gay.
you mute me, bro? Yeah,
because
it does.
you're
Listen,
ignorant.
bro. You liking a trans person does make you gay, bro. I'm sorry.
You're saying it does?
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
By the way, I have a question. No, under your view.
No, I got a question.
No.
All right, go ahead. Answer your question, bro.
Okay. If you would go into a relationship with a trans man, would you say that you're straight or gay?
No. I'll still be straight. You said a trans man?
A trans man? So if you got into a relationship, if you got into a relationship with Buck Angel, you're telling me that you'd be straight?
Let's get clarification right now. This is a trans man that was born a female?
Yeah, they're biologically female.
So I could get this trans man pregnant?
Does it matter?
Wait, answer the question, bro.
Let's say that they're infertile. Let's say that they can't have children.
Come on, man. Answer the question.
I just want to ask you a question. If you get into a relationship with this guy, right? Would you be straight or gay?
Listen, hold on.
No, just a real question. If you got into a relationship with this guy, would you be straight or gay?
So you go dodge my question?
I have a question. If you got into a relationship with this guy, would you be straight or gay?
Is that a female that could get pregnant?
They're biologically female. Not all people who are biologically female can get pregnant. But if you
yeah,
got into
right,
a relationship, if you got into a relationship with Buck Angel, with this guy, would you be gay?
No, I would consider. Listen, I'm gonna just have to bite the bullet on that. No, it would be GAY because GAY means
It wouldn't be gay to be in a
SEX.
relationship with Buck Angel? What?
Yeah, but listen, hold on. What do
Dude,
GAY mean?
do you see this guy, bro?
What do GAY mean? Listen, hold on. What do GAY mean, Parker?
Men who are attracted to men, right?
No, men who are attracted to men.
Mhm.
That's what it means?
Yeah.
Okay, then what is a man?
An adult human that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex.
No, the social cultural. Oh, it's depending on the social cultural norms.
So
So
to
it's
clarify,
basically okay.
you would
No, hold on.
be straight. You'd be straight.
Hold on. Let me ask you a
To
question.
clarify,
then, bro.
you'd be straight.
You say me?
Yeah,
Yeah, because
you'd be
I
straight.
believe. Yeah, because I believe. Yeah, because I believe. Same sex means GAY, but you could critique that definition if you think I'm wrong.
You'd be straight, really? Really, you'd be straight.
GAY don't only apply to men.
Okay, so
I don't understand. Why
yeah.
do that only? Why do that only apply to men to you?
Wait, so
It's only a social cultural thing. It's not biology to you. That's why you think.
wait. I was giving you an example. It doesn't only
Okay,
apply
all
to
right. So
men.
let me ask. Okay, so then let me ask you a question. then.
Women who
If
find
you
other
said no, let me ask you a question.
women who find other women attractive are also
Okay,
gay.
well, okay. So let me ask you a question then, Parker. If you was to say you was go suck on your trans girlfriend's pee, that's not GAY.
So, in terms of specifically like conditions that we'd associate with, like being straight, right? I think that we would reference in terms of gender that you'd be straight, but if you're attracted to, say, penises, we would probably associate that to be like bisexual. Like if someone is attracted to like male
Yeah. So
sexual,
what?
male, like if they're attracted to sexual organs that you associate with the male sex, right, or characteristics that you would associate with the male sex,
So
and those certain conditions that could mean that they're bi,
so
but
if you
it
got a
doesn't necessarily,
trans, you got a trans girlfriend that got a pee.
it doesn't necessarily, but it could mean that they're bi.
Yeah. So if your trans girlfriend got a pee and you was like, I'm about to go suck on it, you want to be GAY.
You'd be bisexual probably if it is the case that you find if you find like penises sexually attractive. That'd probably be the prescription. Does that make sense to you? Like
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Some you will agree that some trans got that, right? So I mean, you
trans people.
attracted to that though.
Can you reference people
You're attracted
like
to that though.
trans people?
You're attracted. Listen, bro. It's not me who's attracted to that. It's you, bro. Like I don't gotta like.
Why do you care so much about? Wait, by the way, I'm not attracted to penises, but I just want to ask you the question, right? Why are you so concerned with what I'm attracted about, like what I'm attracted to? Like, why does that matter to you,
Bro, because you're listen. I was just saying because you're lying to the people and saying you're not GAY, bro. You are, bro. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's
let's say, by the way,
2025. I'm just saying why you deny.
let's say I am gay. Why does that matter to you?
It does. It doesn't. Why you deny the fact that you are?
I'm not. I'm just not gay. I'm literally straight.
You are though. You really are though. That's the crazy. That's the thing, bro. Why you lying?
You can
about
think
it?
that all you
If it
want, but
doesn't
like
matter,
I
lie
understand,
about
but
it.
like by the way, I get you want me to be gay so badly. I get it, but I am straight.
I don't. I'm asking you these
Dates,
questions.
thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for why the dude on the phone is so obsessed with the LGBTQ plus community.
Bro, nobody's obsessed with it, bro. I just asked you a simple question, bro. Most people who are GAY just say they are, and then we just move on
Exactly,
with the
because I'm not
conversation.
gay. I don't
You the
know.
one who was
Why?
on.
What's your
You the
obsession?
one who stayed.
What's your obsession with me being gay? I'm so confused. Right? I've already been very clear that I'm not. I'm confused why you keep pressing this.
Bro, it's not an obsession, bro. I just asked you
You're
a simple
clearly
question,
obsessed. You
bro.
want to have a
You just
conversation?
said, like,
Hey,
okay,
dude. Do you want to have a conversation
bro.
with me about like the topic, man? Maybe.
No, listen, bro. If you would have just asked me if I was straight, bro, I would have been like, yeah, of course, bro. It would never been no.
Dude,
nothing
I'm
about it. You
straight.
saying
I already said yes. I'm straight.
you said you like trans, but listen, you say you like trans women, bro. What do you?
I'm wait. Okay, I just got my multi-guest access restricted. That's amazing. That's amazing. I love getting it restricted. That's so great, dude. That's so great, chat. Look at that. Please. Okay, it sent the appeal at least. Hopefully I can get it back. Parker's anxiety pen, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Shiki, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't know what his obsession was with my sexuality. I sent the appeal in. Give it a second, everyone. We'll just give it a second. I would really recommend if you're on TikTok to go over to my YouTube channel. I'd really appreciate that. We've barely been on live, chat. Like we didn't even get much on live. And we're already getting our fucking live access removed. That's so ridiculous. So many creators are getting restrictions. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Maya, thank you so much. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. My YouTube is Parker Get a Job, everyone. You can find it through the link tree in my bio. Brandon, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Diabolical. Diabolical. Give it a second, everyone. Hopefully, we can get it back, everyone. Hopefully we can get it back. It's kind of being brutal today, everyone. I really don't know what to do. Do give it a second, though. Hopefully. Oh, and appeal not approved. I'm going to cry myself to sleep. All right, everyone. I'm going to probably go to my girlfriend's account. Or actually, do I even have my girlfriend's account? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I think that one's banned for 3 days. I don't think I have an account. Or maybe I have my third account. Jennifer, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nicholas, thank you for the $5. Let's see if we have the third account, chat. Push the Galaxy. Thank you, William. I'd recommend to go to my YouTube right now, everyone. YouTube is the place to go. It looks like I do have the account back. Wait, do I? I'll try. Everyone go to my YouTube. We'll see what account I can use. I'll try to figure it out. If not, I can go on to Matt's. All right. I love y'all so much. Go to my YouTube. I'll see everyone there. 3.9 thousand people over here on TikTok. Please go to my YouTube right now. Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Parker Get a Job on YouTube, everybody. Damn, bro. I'm so annoyed with these bans, bro. This is getting so brutal. Parker's anxiety pen, thank you the $5. Maybe I don't think it was. I just like I obviously don't think it's on me for TikTok banning me for something a guest did. Like I think that's on TikTok because that was able to happen prior, and it was literally like, and TikTok would not ban me for that. Alrighty, let me. Alrighty, let me try. Let me see if I do have a guest request. Seems like I do. All right, we're gonna start it on my third account. Parker Get a Real Job. Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join up. What's good, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live if you're on TikTok. Helps get it out to more people. What's up, what's up, what's up, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. What's up, what's up, what's up? If you're on TikTok, joining in, do make sure to tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. Seriously, it helps send out the lives like so much more. I would really, really appreciate that. I would really appreciate it. I think right now we have, let's check, 853 likes. We got to run it up to at least 1,500 right now, chat. We got to do that. There's 2,800 people in here on YouTube. We got to do it. Alrighty, everyone. Let's run on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I support Trump because you look like a nigger lover. You fucking pussy.
Such a disgusting person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up, Parker? I'm 36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
By proxy of Republican values, but I think he's a bad leader and just not an overall great guy. But I do support the Republican values, so I would like to debate on that.
So, like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for? Per standard.
I actually have been watching the last couple of days, and I think I'd like to discuss your claims about spending to understand that better. I'd probably still vote Trump, but I'm questioning like my highest value is limiting the power of the federal government. I would consider myself an anti-federalist. That's why I have challenges with the Democratic Party, and why I like the Democratic Party of like 10 years ago was a little more related to that for me. So like the claim that Harris's campaign was going to spend $4 trillion less than Trump.
According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Yeah, well, and that's the challenge, right?
Debt-related spending signed into law.
Right. So that's the challenge for me is that's not spending less, it's centralizing the power to the federal government versus reducing the power of the dollar via the debt. So the Republicans are enslaving us in the longer term, but then the Democrats are like enslaving us in the short term via the taxes.
What do you mean? Okay, enslaving us in the short term? We have taxes under both sides, and I don't think it's slavery to have taxes.
That's fair. But I guess this is like where the weaponization of empathy is used, and that's how I interpret a lot of what's happening. Like what percentage of our income should we be forced to pay for things the government deems are important for the social welfare?
For people who make millions of dollars a year, up to 50%, I'm totally okay with.
Okay. So that's fair, right? I'm all about this like tax the rich mentality. If that's the case, why did Biden reduce the metric of tracking income on like eBay and things like that down to $600? Because usually it's like starts out as tax the rich and then it becomes like tax me bitch, you know? Like,
you're saying the amount of the lowest amount of money that you can be taxed on. That's just for digital things that already exist for other
digital
types of
things.
income. Appreciate the hand art.
Yeah. So like why
I don't
is
think
that?
that's not just Biden.
Well, it was a Biden policy.
Did Biden specifically advocate for it?
Yeah, they passed it under the $600.
Did he add the provision? Did he get the provision added?
I don't know. I could check, but
if you'd like to, go for it.
Okay, I'll dig into that one. But the other thing is since these policies are kind of like, hey, you campaign for the welfare of humanity, correct? This like empathy to others, and I respect that. Like, why? But why should we be forced to do this through the government? Why can't we have our own agency as people to support charities and do this? Like, it almost feels
because
like,
inevitably we don't do enough.
okay, so your statement is that the American people are not going to support others, and thus the government must come in, take that power from the people, and then force us to be good people.
Yeah.
So that's your claim?
Yeah, I mean, we do that with the law. Like, do you think that people should be put in prison if they commit crimes? Okay. There you go. You just like ran yourself into a point that you agree with.
Well, what do you mean? Well, like crime is someone's own like volition. That's their own action.
What's your point?
My point is that like, why does the government have a right to like weaponize the empathy of the people to then take the power and centralize it, as opposed like, what's your claim? Why do they have that right? Because people are dying?
To save the lives of people, to make a better society, yes.
Okay, so I respect this. Like, and I think we have the same value there. This
Like
is a value.
to ensure
We
the
should
rights
be
of individuals.
understood. So then my question to this is usually, why does that relativity stop at the US border?
What do you
Like,
mean?
why does, yeah, like, why is this a federal topic? Why don't we just make like a global, like, save everyone? Like, there's people dying all around the world.
I'm confused what you mean.
So why is this limited to the country of the United States through the federal government? Like, why is that the priority? Like, of our taxes to the federal government, and then we do just Americans.
Repeat what you're saying.
So
I'm
you
really
value,
I'm not following.
I got you. So you value the welfare from a United States perspective, the federal government, and then the country of the United States, correct? Like, you value it at all levels, but we're talking about the political federal government.
I'm really not following. I tried to.
Right. So we're talking about the forced good will of people via the government.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying, why is that limited to just our federal government? Why don't we have that on a global level?
We should.
We should. So we should have like a one world government.
I think that we should have global policy to ensure that everyone has a basic standard of living around the entire world.
Right, right. So it's not just limited to Americans. The value creation of an individual should then,
in the long run, I would love for the entirety of every nation around the entire world to have policies like social programs to benefit everyone and to ensure that everyone has healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, basic necessities to live. I think that's a basic human right.
and not just a right of an American, but of the whole world. Like, at least you're fair on your claim, right? Like, that empathy is not limited to just
Americans. Yeah, it's also extended to everyone. But yeah, but like in the same way that like you might address things within your family before you address things in the context of an overall international society, given that that's how you can address things, right? Like that's within your capacity. Or the same thing is also true for America. Like I live in America, that's what I have the capacity to change in terms of my right to vote. My right to vote doesn't extend to other countries around the world. I don't have the ability to change their systems in the same type of way.
So I think that's reasonable, and I think it actually alludes to what my value system is that's the way I view a community. Like, I'm like a straight communist when it comes to the local community.
Okay, I don't think you know what a communist is.
No, I know, but a communityist, right? Like, that local community is like a shared tribe. So like we should support the people
like
closest.
You have empathy, like, and that doesn't actually show when you vote for someone like Donald Trump.
Well, yeah, I get that. Like, I'm not saying he's a good leader or I even like his character, but it's the value system of the agency of the individual to.
But you don't have more agency under Trump. Explain to me how you have more agency.
Well, and that's what I'm questioning. Like, I've been listening, and I think the agency lies primarily in the energetic data system of money. So that's where I'm putting a higher value.
What freedom do you get to a greater degree with money under Trump?
Well, theoretically, is like what I'm attempting to do the math on is whether or not the government is taking that money via taxing or not. Like, so if we have the agency of those dollars.
Do you make over $130,000 a year?
No.
Then your taxes are not going to be benefited to an extreme extent. Your taxes, specifically net, will probably increase because of the tariffs.
I do have ownership in a corporation. And so the reduction on corporations is not just, the giant corporations, it's all corporations. So this is like the ability for business startups to increase and grow. Like part of the challenge for me is I've worked corporate positions, but then I've also started businesses.
That's all offset by the tariffs, and tariffs are cost push, so that will harm more than like a tax on profits.
So say that again.
Yeah, tariffs are going to increase taxes. So that's what you're not taking into account.
Well, I understand that point of view, but do you believe in shop local?
Like
That used to be like a trendy thing, right?
shopping local.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I shop local all the time.
Why do you value that?
Why do I value that? Because I want to support local business, like things that are around me, because I want to have communities around me where people, right, are benefited, and I want also them, like, these types of businesses to exist because I think that they better people's lives.
Right. And so that's a shared value. That's part of my challenge of this current process was
I
the
just
resentment.
want to let you know, when I say like buy local, that's like just like it depends on the circumstance. In some circumstances that'll be true,
Yeah.
like go to a local farmer's market. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm talking about. That doesn't mean that you have to, right? Or that you should be forced to by the law, specifically by the imposition of a tariff.
It's
You
understandable.
talked about you don't want for people to be forced against their will to pay these fucking taxes. They are with these tariffs.
100%. That's why
And it
I'm not coming
disproportionately
on
negatively
here.
impacts the low and middle income.
My goal is not to come on here and make claims like I'm smart. My goal is to speak and learn. So like I'm not in a position where I'm like sure to debate, but I'm actually just trying to put forth what I value, and then I actually respect your education process in this. So thank you. So yeah, the shop local part of that for me was I was pretty resentful from how small businesses were affected by COVID. I think funneling people into the Walmarts and Targets of the world and this whole idea of essential, I like kind of held resentment against the Democratic Party for that. Did that have how did you feel about that? Did you think
Repeat
that
that
was
one
fair?
more time. Sorry.
So the like as the notation of an essential business,
You're
the essential
talking about under
business
COVID.
under
That
COVID,
happened under Trump's administration. How does that have to do with the Harris administration?
uh, Trump did not
Grayson,
shut
thank you for the
down
$5. But it
parties
happened
for
under his administration. I'm just saying, what does that have to do with Harris?
the funneling into corporations. We never saw small businesses struggle more than under the decisions of that.
What did the Biden Harris administration do that caused small businesses to struggle?
The notation of essential.
The what?
The notation of essential, which essentially funneled people into corporations and Amazon Prime.
Can you clarify what this is? I'm not quite familiar.
So the essential business, like the notation of businesses had to actually close if they were not deemed essential, and the essential businesses were primarily that of corporate.
Kamala Harris didn't have a specific policy for this. Secondly, this was bipartisan at that time.
I'd have to confirm that. My understanding was that came under the Democratic Party.
It was bipartisan.
You think that's propaganda?
It was bipartisan, if you remember at the time.
Okay, I'll dig into that. Let's see. My other claim is that a lot of the challenges between the Democrats and the Republicans are less a political left and right and more of a urban versus rural conversation. I err on the side of rural from a farming perspective, and a lot of those urban policies are not like they don't benefit farmers.
Okay, so farmers are more hurt specifically by Trump's tariff policy because that farmers rely on export demand, like global demand for their goods to then prop their goods to be more expensive, so they make more money off of selling them. So like if you decrease that, then they make less money because global demand goes down for their goods.
Okay. I guess the last thing I had was you don't support billionaires, right?
What do you mean I don't support billionaires?
Like you don't like that a billionaire exists in our current society?
I mean, sure. I mean, I would prefer that money to be distributed more fairly within society. But like
Right.
I don't hold the position that like billionaires shouldn't exist in that certain extent. I'm more or less like in terms of getting rid of them. I more or less come from the position that we want to increase social mobility and that we don't have to take like an entirety of a billionaire's wealth in order to be able to increase social mobility. We have to more like change how the system operates in terms of how people can make money, what opportunities people have access to, and then also like the ownership relating to companies, taxation relating to companies, and making more wealth. So I agree with taxing people who are billionaires a lot more.
So it's more in the taxation than the actual like existence in capitalism. Because a billionaire, we have the we can decide not to interact with their product. Like that's our right. But the government, we don't have that right to not interact with their product. Like we're forced. So I mean, that's my biggest
Well,
contention.
what's your point with this? Because again, we are forced to based upon the environmental conditions that would exist when we're referencing corporations as well, based upon certain conditions within the market.
So you mean like, and this is one thing I'm trying to learn about, is this like food deserts? Is that what you're referring to also? Like we have to get food from corporations and then they have monopolies, or what do
No,
you
I'm
mean by
saying
what you're
I'm
saying?
saying I'm saying sometimes that there is a certain power that like market conditions can provide to corporations over consumers when we're referencing necessity that can allow for corporations to have power over consumers, right? In a manner in which we would consider like like harmful in some scenarios. That's why we have regulation.
I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't have a lot more. I appreciate the time. My debate was in good faith, and yeah, if you have any other topics you want to go into, we can. But otherwise, I'll leave it open for others, and I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right,
you.
appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. By the way, thank you so much, Nicholas. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you telling me that. I definitely will. Anthony, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Why not?
Why not? Because he was held civilly
Mhm.
liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. His big beautiful bill is cutting Medicaid and food stamps and adding trillions of dollars to the debt. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Plenty of reasons.
Oh. Okay, MSNBC talking point.
What MSNBC talking point are you referencing?
Everything you just said.
Give me an example of what specific point.
Everything you just said, dude. And the only reason I came up, I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Look, can we have like a full conversation? I genuinely would love to have a dialogue with you.
Okay. Go ahead then.
So do you want to address like what I said? I brought up some pretty good reasons to indicate that you shouldn't support Donald Trump. What are your responses to these other than just saying that I am giving you MSNBC talking points? Like what are your specific responses to those quote unquote MSNBC talking points?
Well, you have no talking points, but
I just
mass
provided some.
deportation. Yeah. Those weren't yours. You have no talking points. You have no original.
Those were mine, right? That I brought up in the conversation.
No. Mass deportations, ending DEI, everything Donald Trump is doing, I'm A-okay with.
Okay, but like again, you just said that they're not my talking points. You're just not going to respond to them. What do you
Which
mean they're not
talking
my
point?
talking points? Isn't mass deportation not your talking point? That's Donald Trump's talking point.
Yes.
So then why'd you bring it up? You bring up your own talking points.
Because you asked why I support Donald Trump.
Okay, so then obviously you're going to bring up your own talking points as a reason. So then I
No,
gave
I
you
am
said
giving
specifically
you
right
talking
what.
points for why I support Donald Trump.
Okay, can you tell me what about my quote unquote MSNBC talking points were wrong?
Everything.
Like what?
I can't remember everything you said, dude. It's the 4th of July.
Can you remember anything that I said?
Nope.
Can you give me like a policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Yeah, I told you, mass deportations, shutting down the border,
What
ending
policy?
the
What I have a
not
call. I have
letting
a question.
transgender.
Okay.
The big
Um.
beautiful bill.
Okay. Well, then let's talk about this. Do you agree with the big beautiful bill cutting Medicaid and food stamps
For who?
for people who specifically don't meet their new work requirements?
What are the work requirements?
The work requirements they're imposing, specifically 80 hours a month, alongside the fact that they
8 hours a
they,
month is 2 weeks.
yeah, I'm not disputing that, but that's you understand that there are plenty of conditions as to why people couldn't meet that specific work requirement that are going to negatively impact people who cannot afford health care.
Well, okay, Medicaid is a joint venture between the government, the federal government, and the state. All states have different requirements for who meets
Yeah, but you
Medicaid.
understand if you
So
cut off the
you have
federal
to
funding, that
fucking
these states have specifically said that they're going to have their entire program shut down.
who? What states?
Practically every state that would be
Every state
receiving any
no
funding.
longer has Medicaid.
Yeah, yes, because it is the case, except for the one. I'm pretty sure it's in Alaska where like she got her state as exempt.
Okay, so no state has Medicaid now, is what you're saying.
Was Alaska, or I can't remember if it was Alaska. So no, there is state the or Medicaid relies on federal funding.
Yes,
If they
and
don't have
state
federal
funding.
funding, there is no funding for Medicaid.
No, that's not true. Medicaid is federal and state funded. That's the
Wait,
difference
can you
between
give me
Medicare.
a source? Isn't it 100% federal funded?
You can no. I said
Provide
it
me a
is
source.
joint funded.
Provide me a source.
Google, motherfucker. Medicare and Medicaid. Medicare is federally funded for people 65 and older and who have disabilities. Medicaid is federal and state funded for people in low income with disabilities. You
Okay,
don't know that?
okay, okay. Is it mostly federal funding?
I don't know. It's mostly.
Overwhelming majority.
I don't know because it depends on states. Different states have different requirements for Medicaid.
Okay, if it's an overwhelming majority of the funding, if they cut that overwhelming majority of the funding, wouldn't that limit the ability for the states to
I
run
don't
these
know if they're
programs?
doing that, nor do you. You don't know what's in the bill. You never read it.
Miss Icon, thank you for the two Canadian. Thank you. I'm referencing sources that have read it.
Oh, what sources?
AP News and PBS.
Associated Press and PBS.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking not unbiased at all.
What was
So
so
you
what's
have
so
no
biased
idea
about PBS and AP News?
the public that dude, are you joking?
Yeah, I'm not joking.
So you haven't read the bill. Your two sources
You haven't
are
either.
no, I haven't. I admit I don't know what's in it.
Wait, I admit that I can reference things from the bill that from people who did. Right? No one's read the whole bill. That shit's way too long.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that. In fact, Nancy Pelosi famously said when the Obamacare Act was being passed, we'll know what's in the bill after we pass it because nobody reads this shit. So what are you talking about?
Can you tell me a provision that you like in the bill?
I don't putting people off who aren't deserve to be on it. If you're able-bodied, you should go to work.
Okay. So what if they have like a misdiagnosed mental illness or undiagnosed mental illness?
An undiagnosed mental illness?
Yeah.
And the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Should they lose their Medicaid?
An undiagnosed mental illness, should they lose their Medicaid?
Mm-hmm.
It's not what Medicaid's for.
Okay. Do you think that someone should lose their Medicaid if it is the case that there's a recession and they can't find a job?
What the fuck are you talking about? That's not what Medicaid's for. Medicaid is for low-income families who have jobs but have low-income jobs and trying to provide for their families. What the fuck are you talking about?
And do you think that if people can't find the specific jobs, right, because of a recession, that they should lose their Medicaid?
What recession are we in?
I said if there's a recession, bruv.
People who are trying to do their best, I'm okay. with the government helping them out. But I think this bill is just trying to snuff out the people who are taking advantage.
That's not what it
That's
does.
what
Miss
Okay,
Icon,
what
thank you
is
for the
it?
5 Canadian.
So you
It's-
haven't read the bill, but you know what it does.
I know what requirements specifically they're taking off. They're cutting over 10 million people off of their health insurance. Pretty sure it's over 11 million people.
You haven't read the bill. How do you know that?
Because I'm referencing, again, media sources that have.
Media sources that have been continuously wrong for over the past 30 years about everything.
Where have AP News and PBS been wrong?
Everything.
Provide
COVID.
it. About what?
COVID.
What about COVID?
Everything.
What about it?
The vaccine.
What about the vaccine?
Did the vaccine stop infection and transmission from other people?
It prevents it, and they were right
No,
about
it
that.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
There's a bibliography in my bio that literally
A
indicates.
bibliography
Yes.
in your bio.
You done?
Getting the shot does not prevent you from contracting and spreading the virus to another
It does.
person.
So I just want to let you know.
It doesn't.
There's a bibliography in my bio that has 35 plus pages of peer-reviewed evidence.
bibliography?
Of peer-reviewed
Were you-
evidence.
were you in
from-
5th grade where you learned how to cite sources?
No, it's from a librarian. My friend Matt, who's a librarian.
Oh, a librarian.
I'm
so
sorry you never made it through 3rd grade and you didn't learn how to
no, I
cite your
made it through
sources,
college.
and you
I have
didn't
a
learn in order.
master's.
Well, clearly you didn't learn anything from it.
Oh, yeah, well.
What do you have a master's degree in?
I have a master's degree in business administration.
Okay. So, what was the point of saying that?
Nothing, just I had to cite sources and papers I wrote.
Clearly, you didn't learn much from that.
Yeah, well, I got A's in all of it, so.
Yeah, that's a testament to they failed.
No, that's a testament to you failed.
Really? Why?
Because you what are we even talking about at this point?
I don't know. You're the idiot talking about it.
No, you're the idiot.
What makes you think that, man? Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Odalis, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Dylan with the $20. Thank you so much, Dylan. And I really appreciate it. Amber with the $5. Thank you.
Really, the only reason I came in here is because I wanted to ask you one simple question.
You don't want to have a full-on dialogue as to why you support Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, if you want, go ahead.
Okay. Well, then, can you again reference specifically the media sources that I reference demonstrate this to be true? You're saying that it's not reliable based upon reliable information that the vaccines are effective.
Okay.
What?
What? I don't remember what we talked about, dude. It's the 4th of July. I've been drinking, so refresh my memory.
Yeah. How many adult beverages tonight, man?
Several.
Several? How many is several?
Around 10.
Jesus Christ, 10?
Yeah, whatever, dude. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying, geez, bro, you're cooked.
Yeah, well, fine, but
I just want to know. I've never had 10 drinks in my life. I'm lightweight when it comes to adult beverages.
okay, fine. I won't judge you on that.
What's up?
Let's have
I'm not judging. I could do.
No.
I'll do 10 blinkers right now for you.
No, well, let's have a civil conversation. And I'll be honest, I think we got a little off track. Let's start.
I gotta make it even, man. You continue. Give me a reason why you support Donald Trump. I'll make it even.
I told you, securing the border and deporting illegal.
You got hate speech, hateful behaviors. Jeez. You know what's bell to you?
I want to say I love you so much. You're so handsome.
I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to the bio. We've been on live for 2 hours and 20 minutes. We'll see how long we stay on live today. I do feel a little bit more tired today. Why do you have your face sparkling? It's a glitch. You know what's about you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a wig on my head. No, I am not a Trump supporter.
Based. W. W, not a Trump supporter. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. You can't do that many blinkers? Well, yes, I can. What are you talking about? Yo, what's about you? I could totally hit 10 blinkers. I could do that on stream right now and then still debate people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
What's your birth year?
89.
And you said you're how old again?
35.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, I support that we need to tariff other countries that are tariffing us. We need to secure the border. We should lower taxes. We should increase revenue. I don't know. I want to eliminate the Department of Education. I want to reduce government departments in general. I supported the efforts of the Department of Government Efficiency, at least an idea. I liked his cabinet picks. I like Bobby Kennedy. I think he's doing a great job. I like Tulsi Gabbard, at least when she was nominated. There's question marks on it now, but, you know, of the options, she was good. He agreed to put libertarians in his cabinet, which I liked. I don't know if you want to me to keep going or
Yeah, no, I'll respond to that. So you said you wanted tariffs, you wanted to lower taxes, and you wanted to increase revenue. All of these things contradict because tariffs are taxes. So if you want tariffs, you want to heighten taxes. And then you said you wanted to lower tax right after that. You want to higher and lower taxes. Interesting. But then you want to increase revenue. Right? Did you know that, like, if you're going to lower progressive tax and you're actually going to increase tariffs, given Donald Trump's particular agreements, that you would overall reduce revenue?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to reducing revenue. I am in favor of reducing government and taxes in general. So that would imply reducing revenue. But what I meant was.
So then why did you argue you wanted to increase revenue?
Well, I want to decrease revenue from income tax.
Why?
And if we have. Because I give them half my money, and I don't like that.
Income tax is a progressive tax structure. Tariffs are a regressive tax structure. So if you want to replace a progressive tax structure with a regressive tax structure, you're shifting the burden of taxation from people who are lower income to, from people who are higher income to people who are lower income. Do you understand that that's what you're doing?
Well, we'll see. That hasn't played out yet.
No, but that's the reality. A regressive tax structure such as tariffs will disproportionately cause an increase in the prices specifically for consumers, which they will disproportionately pay a greater percentage of their income on consumer goods, which will then lead to a higher increase in their taxes.
Yeah, I mean, if we start to see, price spikes and inflation go up, then we can have that conversation. But in the meantime, I think we need to address people taxing us and not giving us access to their markets. And tariffs are kind of the best way to do that. So
after they just led to a 0.3% decline in real GDP after several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth.
I haven't looked at the GDP recently. I know the market just hit an all-time
same thing with real wages. If you care about the market, well, Donald Trump, the only reason it's gone back up to the highs that it is because he paused the tariffs. It was not doing so well when he had the tariffs implemented.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Hold on. Sorry, I think I might have plugged in a Bluetooth.
Yeah, your microphone just got cooked. Lori, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Lori. Can we get some W's for Lori in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Lori. I really appreciate it. Lauren, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Lauren. Again, W's for Lori and Lauren. Thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all.
So you said the GDP went down by how much?
0.3% real GDP.
Yeah, I mean it's not a big move. Prices haven't really moved.
It went from multiple percentage points increases to a 0.3% decline, which is a moving change by multiple percentage points.
And for what time period?
That's the quarter 1 2025 versus quarter 4 2024.
Let's see. GDP growth rate in the United States was expected to be.
Look up St. Louis Federal Reserve real GDP.
decreased at an annual rate of 0.5% in the first quarter. This decrease was from 2.4% increase in GDP in 2024. It's mainly due to an increase in imports, which are subtracted from GDP. Okay, so I mean, first quarter was mainly due to an increase in imports. That's interesting. So imports increased, and that's a minus on GDP.
So if you
So
want to
wouldn't
look,
we want to decrease imports to raise GDP then?
what you're not taking into account is that imposing more tariffs decreases GDP.
Well, not if it decreases imports.
No, it specifically overall does decrease GDP, even given the fact that that would occur.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll take your word for it. But how do you address us not having access to foreign markets then? What would you do?
What? Say it again. We don't have
How
access to
would
foreign markets. You can place
Yeah.
tariffs if you want to specifically do retaliatory tariffs. You can do that, but that's not what Donald Trump's doing. He's not doing retaliatory tariffs. I mean, he placed tariffs on a fucking island of penguins.
Well, you know why he did that. Come on, don't be
Why?
facetious.
They have no imports or exports.
Yeah, but so do half the countries where ships are flagged so they can avoid taxes. You got
So to
you
clarify,
got ships being
wait,
flagged and all.
you wouldn't avoid tariffs specifically by going to a place with no imports or exports. What? There would have to be imports in order for you to have any level of taxation.
No, that's not how it works. You would flag your ship to that country and you would avoid the tariffs. That's why all these tiny countries have huge numbers of vessels, more than the U.S. and China.
What is a
You got
country?
you got tiny island nations that have
Wait,
the
why didn't you
bulk.
do it with every island on planet Earth then?
I don't know. Maybe they did it on islands where there's special economic zones and the country.
They didn't do it on every island on planet Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. You'd have to be an expert on that to know why they would pick one specific one.
Yeah,
But it happened.
just
Look
those
at
ones
Singapore.
because those fucking penguins were horrible people. They were fucking terrible. They were disgusting, abhorrent, and they deserve to be tariffed.
But that doesn't make sense. It
Yeah,
makes sense that
fuck
they
the
would.
penguins, right?
But I mean, like logically, the only reason you would do that is so that you could close a potential loophole. You have to understand that. They don't care about penguins,
What
obviously.
loophole
That's
would
like
exist if
making
there's no imports? And if it's specifically a loophole just for there, why wouldn't that loophole apply to any of the other islands that exist on the planet?
for whatever reason that one was named. I don't know exactly, but that's okay. So why are a
For whatever
disproportionate
reason, he
amount of
just has no
ships?
clue.
Huh?
Haida, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Haida. Can we get some W's for Haida in the comment section right now? Thank you.
Okay, so tell me why most ships are flagged to Liberia, Panama, and the Marshall Islands. Is it because of their imports and exports, or is it for tax
Do they have
benefits?
imports and exports?
The Marshall Islands.
Yes, they do.
I mean, you think all these ships, they have more flagships than China and the U.S.
Wait, to
because of their
clarify,
imports.
okay, we're talking about an island where there are zero imports and exports that is just inhabited by fucking penguins. Okay?
Yeah. But we've already established that the imports and exports are not what give you the tax loophole.
Well,
It's
yes,
how
it
you flag
is.
your ship.
What?
No, it's not. You think you think all these ships are flagged to the
Dude,
Marshall
what is a
Islands?
tariff? What is a tariff?
It's a tax on imports.
Boom. There has to
How
be
do
an
you
import in
how do
order
you
for there to
avoid
be
the
a,
tariff?
so then there has to be an import in order for there to be a tax.
But how do you avoid the tariff? You flag your ship to a
Okay, I'm
different
sorry.
country.
It wouldn't be a tariff if we're talking about something that is not an import.
Okay, let me walk through this slowly. So you have a ship, right? Let's say it's a Chinese ship and it's coming to the United States and it's flagged from China. It's going to get those import taxes. Let's say you don't want to have those import taxes. So you flag your ship to some tiny island like the Marshall Islands and you can potentially avoid those taxes. Does that
Again,
make
you
sense?
keep saying this, but then it would be applicable to all the other businesses. I mean, not businesses, islands around the world. But they didn't apply to all those other islands. So clearly that's not an explanation.
Maybe they thought in the naming mechanism that they used, all those other islands were already
Yeah, you
grouped
know
in.
what?
This one wasn't.
Only the penguins would have been able to get around it.
So why did they name the island? If you have a better reasoning, then say it.
They don't have reasoning. They're fucking stupid. It's obviously dumb.
Yeah, that's it. They're just stupid.
Yes,
I mean, it's
literally.
ridiculous.
Literally.
It's just silly, bro.
No, they are silly. I know, right?
I mean, I guess you can believe that. You can pretend to believe that if you want, even though there's this mechanism for flagging ships and using small islands to avoid.
You don't even know what you're referencing.
I'm referencing the fact that most ships are flagged to the Marshall Islands. Why would they do that? You still haven't answered that. Why did people do that? Why do we
Miss,
fly
thank you so
commercial
much. I appreciate
ships
the Canadian.
to
The Canadian
small
dollars.
islands
Hey,
with
hey,
no
man, we've already
population?
responded to this. If your claim is true about all islands, as they can just use any specific island to be able to get around it, well, then the same thing would have meant that the tariffs would have been applicable to every island that fucking exists, right? That didn't happen. So clearly, that's not the reason.
That's not a logical reasoning.
Oh, God, dude, this guy.
Just because every single island on Earth wasn't named doesn't mean that you wouldn't use that in a situation when you thought it could happen. So you're saying by that logic, every piece of every jurisdiction has to be named. Otherwise,
No, no, I'm
that's
not
not
saying that
that.
that's the case.
That's
But
ridiculous.
I'm not saying that's the case, but I just want to let you know that's what you are saying as to reason as to why they wrote that.
I'm saying it's potentially for
You were
them to
giving
avoid
this as
a
a reason
legal
as to why you
loophole.
wrote that or why that was written.
Right. And you're saying that that's not the case because every single island must be named if that's the case.
Yeah, because why would they mention just that one in specific?
Because they have a reason to suspect that one would be used. And they don't have a reason to
But
suspect
like
every
you said,
little
it's
island would
applicable
be
to all of them regardless.
I don't know. What do you mean it's applicable to all of them regardless?
You said it was applicable to all of them regardless. Oh my
All
God,
of
what
what? Every
conversation are we
island?
having? Yes.
It's,
You
I
said
don't.
regardless of whether or not it's written down in the bill, it's applicable to them. That's what you said.
Regardless of if the tariff is written down, there's no bill. What bill are you talking about? I never said bill. What we never discussed a bill. These tariffs aren't implemented via congressional legislation.
Am I going crazy, chat? Am I going crazy? Am I not following the conversation?
Explain to me what bill. You just said that the bill would be applicable. What bill are you talking about?
What were we just having a dialogue about?
Tariffs.
Okay. And what were we saying?
I was saying the reason they probably did that was because they suspected that in that situation, that area could potentially be used as a loophole. So why not just name it? What harm does it have by including it in the oceanic area that they were targeting at that time?
Okay, you said they specifically placed the tariff on this island because they thought it would be used as an island to get around paying taxes. But if that were true, then you're saying that they have to mention all of the different places specifically that they could use a workaround, right? That's what you're claiming. But
No,
since you're
I'm not an
claiming that you
expert.
don't have to
I'm
do
not.
that, well, then they wouldn't have to write this down.
I'm saying the legal experts that decide who can do what loopholes and how they get created decided they need to name that island, and it's above what me and you probably understand, and you're just assuming it has something
It's
to do with.
above what we understand. So instead of specifically addressing or referencing anything, you just decided to say, I assume that there's some reason.
Unless you can say other, you're sitting here saying they wanted to tax penguins. Isn't that a more logical conclusion than they wanted to tax penguins? That there was some legal advice that they got to include the name of that island to avoid loopholes? That's not more logical than they wanted to tax penguins?
So again, if that were true, well then why didn't they mention any of the other things? No, it's that they wanted to tax penguins because they're fucking ridiculous. They didn't even look at the bill. They were writing ridiculous stuff down and they don't even know what they're taxing. They don't even know what fucking they're applying at all. They're so
Yeah.
lost.
Maybe. Who knows? We weren't in the room. I guess that's possible, but just
That's a way better
not.
explanation.
I guess we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that one.
Bro, okay. Can you give me a single policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
I mean, I like that I'm gonna get an extra $6,000 this year in overtime.
You're gonna get an extra $6,000 this year in overtime. So would you
Yeah.
sell out your country for $6,000?
No, but I'm happy for every dollar that doesn't go to the
No, I'm just
warmongering
okay. So,
parasites in DC.
wait, what'd you just say?
I said I'm happy for every dollar I don't have to send to the DC politicians.
Okay, DC politicians. Okay,
Mhm.
you know that Donald Trump is a DC politician, right?
Yeah, and I'm sending him less money thanks to this bill.
You know that this bill adds more to the debt, right?
Yeah, the debt's pretty screwed. If you have a solution for that, please say it because I'm very interested.
Not supporting Donald Trump, he would have added. He adds more to the debt.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. That's not good. But it's unpayable at this point. So I don't really.
I mean, we could respond to it in a better way if we didn't add as much, right?
Do you agree it's unpayable?
I don't think it's unpayable.
How? I mean, how does that?
We have the largest economy in the world by far.
What is the debt? $30-something trillion?
Yes.
What is our GDP?
Our GDP is 28 trillion, something like that. Let me check. It might be like near 30 now. Let me check. U.S. GDP. We are. Hold up.
Yeah, I'll look up the debt while you do that. Let's see. 36.2 trillion. Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
that's payable. It seems unrealistic to pay it. Maybe it is. That's what I mean. I'm not a fan of the bill. I'm kind of team Elon on this.
Okay, if you don't like the bill, then that's the point we're making.
Well, you asked me what I like about it. That is what I like about it. What I don't like about it is it increases the debt.
It's about 23 trillion.
Yeah, I mean it's thousands of pages. I'm not gonna like everything.
Okay. So can you name an aspect of the bill that you do like?
Like I said, the no tax on overtime and the SALT deductions. I'm gonna get anywhere from another 5 to 10 grand this year. I'm looking at least 6.
Wait, do you have children?
No.
Okay. So how much do you think you could get a deduction for in terms of overtime?
At least 6 grand.
No, a deduction of 6 grand wouldn't mean that you get 6 grand back. It means you deduct your taxable income by 6 grand.
I don't know that I sat with my accountant today. He says he thinks it's a tax credit type. It's not a deduction from your income. From how he's
I would like to see where it says it's a tax credit because it's a deduction.
Yeah, it doesn't say tax the language, but I don't know. That's what I called our company's accountant today, and I was like, hey, should I start doing more overtime? He said he's gonna look into it. He called me back. He says it looks like it. We got to work out the numbers.
I mean, if you want a child tax credit.
That increased, yeah. That was a good move. They increased the child tax credit in the bill.
That would be what Kamala Harris is advocating for.
Well, he did it. He increased the child tax credit in the bill, didn't he?
Wait, repeat that?
Didn't he increase the child tax credit in the bill?
Yeah, that from not comparative to what Kamala Harris would do. Kamala Harris was advocating for $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. In the bill, it's $2,000.
Yeah, I mean these are hypotheticals, but that'd be nice.
These aren't hypotheticals. These are things that she advocated for.
Yeah, but no one gets exactly what they want. But maybe she would have got it. Who knows? But I mean, do you like the $1,000 at birth thing? I think that's better than a $6,000 tax credit.
No, it's not.
I mean, I've been saying that we should do that for years.
I think we should do that, but I think that's actually good. But I don't see what your point is. That's not compensating for everything else that's horrible in the bill. D, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
I've named a bunch of things I like. You kind of somewhat
name a bunch of things that are good. You named I can also mention a bunch of things that are horrible, like the cuts to Medicaid and the cuts to food stamps, and we can mention the trillions of dollars added to the debt.
Yeah, that one I don't like. I agree. So it looks like we had like you agree the at birth deposit is good, and I agree that the increase in debt is bad. So we have some middle ground. Some common ground, I should say. As far as the cuts to Medicaid, I mean, my problem with that is, if someone is able-bodied and they're getting, I have multiple people in my family who abuse Medicaid. One alcoholic and one video game addict is the best way I can describe him, and they both get it, and they're both abusing the system. And I also have a friend who.
So wait to clarify. You think that they shouldn't receive Medicaid?
No, they're both able-bodied. They should work. They abuse disability.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that they shouldn't receive disability?
Yeah, correct.
So you want to cut disability?
Yeah, I mean, I know Medicare fraud also is huge.
Okay. So you say it's fraud related, and have you gone to authorities about this fraud?
No, I mean, they have a right. They passed the test. She has supposed psychological.
Okay, so then they have reason to be on Medicaid, and you just think that they shouldn't get it.
No, they have supposed like anxiety disorders, and my other friend, his shoulder clicks, even though he benches 300 pounds, his shoulder clicks, so he gets disability. and he's bigger. He's a freaking bodybuilder, and he goes to the doctor and he goes through the process and he says my shoulder clicks and they give it to him. I think this stuff is just out of hand.
So again, I'd have to know more about the specific case that you're referencing. But are you saying people that have specific disabilities shouldn't receive Medicaid? Or what?
Yeah, I think,
What disabilities do you think people shouldn't receive Medicaid for?
I think ones where you're getting disability and you're able-bodied. I don't think that's appropriate.
Wait, I'm confused. What does able-bodied mean?
It means you can work and you choose not to.
You can work? Okay, and you choose not to. Okay, I have a question. Do you think 66-year-olds can work?
Of course.
Do you think they should receive Social Security?
Of course.
Why?
Because they paid for it. I'm
They
not a
paid
fan
for
of Social Security.
Okay,
but
so
I wouldn't
so
cut them
then
off
so then
now.
I have a question. Do you think people on Medicaid pay taxes?
Do I think people on Medicaid paid taxes or pay taxes?
Yeah, do they pay taxes?
If they work.
Yes, they do, because they do work. There are work requirements, so
Mhm.
they do pay taxes. Given that they pay taxes, don't they deserve it because they pay taxes?
Then who doesn't deserve it? We all pay taxes.
Exactly.
So I can go get it?
Yes, I think you should be able to get health care.
So I can go say, hey, I have anxiety.
Everyone in this country should have health insurance, have health care paid for by the government.
Wait, should I be able to say, hey, I have anxiety when I walk into the bank I work at? She worked at a bank. So you said it gave her anxiety and she got disability. That's what happened.
I think that you should be able to get access to, like in some scenarios in terms of mental health conditions, right? Obviously, not like everyone who has anxiety would get disability. I'm confused.
Me too. That's why I want cuts in it.
That's not what exists currently. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean,
Like you guys have to make up scenarios of people getting social services to then justify taking social services away from people. And the fact that you try to act like this is the case for like most people who are on social services is like a ridiculous thing.
Yeah, I mean, I get it's anecdotal, and people probably do make up stories like that and try and use it to prove a point. It's my aunt and my cousin, and my friend that went to the military.
So do you think that they should go to prison for for fraud?
Not if they went through the process. I mean, if people are handing out free
wait.
money, I don't blame them for taking it.
Okay, but you just said that they are committing fraud.
No, I'm saying
Do you
that
think people who commit fraud should be held accountable?
I did not say they commit fraud. I specifically said they went through the proper process.
You
and
did
got
say
it.
that they commit fraud.
So able-bodied people getting Medicaid is fraud?
That's what you claimed.
No, I never used the word fraud. I said they went. I specifically.
He did use the word fraud, didn't he?
No, I didn't. I specifically said they went through the proper process and got it, and they didn't break any laws.
Yeah, he did, right? He definitely did.
No, I didn't. I know. Why would I make up?
Wait, I have
It's
a
a very
question.
specific situation.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah,
How
just
much?
play it back. I don't know. Does it matter? We're not going to pay each other.
Yeah, I would if you were
on honor.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm right. Everyone in the chat's spamming. I'm right.
I mean, I don't think they committed fraud, so I don't know why I would say they committed fraud.
Okay, well, that's.
I said they're abusing the system. That's different than committing fraud.
Okay, so so to clarify, do you think that abusing the system? Okay, what's abusing the system? Fuck.
Taking advantage of something that was.
What does it mean to abuse the system?
Taking advantage of the system, taking more than you need.
Taking more than you need. Okay, everyone needs healthcare, right?
And so, like, everyone. Is it? Are you asking like, is it a right? Or
everyone needs healthcare, right?
Probably at one point in their life, yeah.
So then, why would they be taking something that they don't need?
Well, if you take healthcare you don't need, if you take disability money that you don't need.
Well, again, you're not cutting anything in which scenarios in which there's nothing in the bill that says if they don't need it. Nothing in the bill said that.
Requirements.
Nothing in the bill said that. Also, again, you think that your definition of able-bodied applies to people in which they don't consider able-bodied, right? You consider people who are 66 years old able-bodied. The bill does not.
Well, we don't have that. We don't have the exact how that's going to be interpreted. That might go to court, and we'll see how that plays out. But we don't have that yet. And we do know that last time when Trump cut the mandate, they were saying, yeah, there's going to be tens of millions of people getting thrown off.
Yeah, there are going to be tens of millions of people losing their coverage.
But that's what they said when he cut the mandate
I
last
mean,
time.
over
That's
10
what
million people.
happened.
There's gonna be like 11 million plus people
But the CBO predicted that last time and it didn't happen.
because the bill never passed.
Yeah, but the mandate did. They cut on the mandate. He was able to
The
get that through
mandate
executive.
that was not him. That was the Supreme Court.
And it might have been upheld in the Supreme Court, but he cut the mandate, Obama's mandate, and they were saying millions of people are going to get thrown off.
He
And they
did
never.
not cut the mandate. It was the Supreme Court. He specifically tried to repeal the ACA and was not successful.
Yeah, I know.
He tried to cut tens of millions of people off their health care.
You're telling me that Trump administration did not cut the Affordable Care Act, known as Obamacare.
They have cut it,
the
but they did not
individual
completely
mandate.
cut it. No, they
Right.
didn't. They did not cut the individual mandate. That's not them. That was the Supreme Court. Jesus Christ, dude.
Trump administration, the individual mandate of the Affordable Care Act, ACA, also known as Obamacare, was effectively eliminated. This occurred through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017.
Where are you reading this?
Which reduced the tax penalty for not having health insurance to zero.
What are you reading? Where are you reading this?
The source is the Bipartisan Policy Center.
What's the title?
The 2025 tax debate, the Affordable Care Act, individual mandate, and TCJA.
All right. Alrighty. You said the Bipartisan Policy Center?
Yeah.
It's verifying that I'm human. Give it a second.
And it's another source was NPR. Trump is trying hard to
Where does it say this?
The best thing I would say is Google that sentence and it'll probably pop up.
Google the sentence? Okay.
Yeah.
Just tell me at what point where it says it, because I don't see this.
Let's see. So I have 3 different quotes from 3 different articles. I'll pull up the first one. And I don't know, Control F5 maybe, and then just search for Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Just tell me where it says that.
I don't got a computer. All I got is mobile devices here, so I can't do Control F5. But you're on a computer, so you can.
You can go. Yes, you can. You click on the. It's in the bottom of your page. You go to the find in the bottom. Did you not know you could do that?
On an
And
iPad.
also, I just looked through your page. There's nothing that says it there.
I didn't read that out of thin air.
I don't see this. Where does it say it got rid of the individual mandate? Rather than specifically the Supreme Court.
When the initial passed in 2009, therefore, tax penalties, context, the Republican impact, the elimination of the individual mandate decreased tax revenues following the federal government, but also decreased federal spending and subsidized health coverage. Conclusion, TCA stands for.
You can find this from, you look up Supreme Court upholds healthcare laws individual mandate in 7-2 ruling.
And what is it? Look that up for what?
Look up Supreme Court upholds law,
Okay. Well, I have an
upholds healthcare laws individual mandate in 7-2
Well, the
ruling.
individual mandate is gone. It wasn't upheld. We know it's gone. We file our taxes every year and we don't pay the penalty. So, and right here, npr.org, the title of the article is
Oh,
Trump
sorry,
is trying
I read the wrong title. It's Court Strikes Down Obamacare's individual mandate as unconstitutional. Sorry, that was the title. I don't know what the fuck I just read.
No worries. Trump is trying hard to thwart Obamacare. How's that going? npr.org.
I just gave you a title. Come on, go ahead and look. That's the court.
What is the point? What is the source in argument of?
Wait, what do you mean? I'm confused. It just says court strikes down Obamacare's individual mandate is unconstitutional.
Well, I have this source here from NPR saying the 2017 Republican-backed tax overhaul legislation reduced the penalty for not having insurance to zero.
Okay, well, regardless, regardless. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is the Supreme Court. I've shown you at this point the
Well, it
Supreme
might have
Court.
went to the Supreme
But
Court,
but
but
can
it
you
looks like it was
please
the bill that.
yeah,
Sorry.
can you please tell me specifically like what your point would be for this?
Well, my point was when that happened, they were predicting like 17 to 24 million people are going to get kicked off insurance, and then it was like, not it was like 2 million or 3
Can you give me
million.
a source for this? I heard the same claim from someone else. Where'd you hear this information? Oh, I just got banned for harassment and bullying. And it's for a day. Submit appeal. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, chat. I just got banned again. This is so unfortunate, bro. So unfortunate. We're about 3 hours in the stream. I've already been banned. I think twice now. Like, Jesus Christ, chat. Like, TikTok hates me. It's so frustrating. What do I do, chat? What do I do? Oh my gosh. I can go and use Matt's account. Jesus, chat. This is horrible. Is Matt up? I don't know if Matt's awake. I don't know if Matt's awake, chat. I don't even think I have I don't think I have an account I can go live on. It's very unfortunate, chat. Very unfortunate. What's up, everyone joining on YouTube? Make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that. TikTok hates me. Really hates me. What do I do? What do I do? Go live on Twitch. Twitch wouldn't get like, you know, guest requests or anything. I'm looking for guest requests. I need to get, what's it called? I need to get Instagram so I can go live on Instagram as well. Everything. Shin, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what to do, chat. Let me see when I get my girlfriend's account back. Let's check. Let's check. Because right now, that means I'm cooked. I've got nothing. I'm cooked, bro. I'm cooked. I guess I'll have to stream off of YouTube. I guess I'll do StreamYard tomorrow or something. Guess so. I don't know what to do, chat. It's so brutal. It's so brutal. I wish I could also react to the new Candace Owens Jubilee video, but I can't do that because of the ad stuff on fucking YouTube. It's very unfortunate. That's one very unfortunate thing, I tell you. Let's see if we can get the account back. I don't think it's going to give it back to me right away. But everyone make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Let me see if I can do something. I'll see if I can figure something out here. I don't have my girlfriend's account. Concepts of a plan. Try that one. Yeah, I don't know what to do, chat. Dude, what do I do? What do I do, chat? Miss Icon, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I need like more alt accounts, I know. Riz, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're cooked, chat. Let me call Matt. Let me call Matt and see if he'll answer. It is a bit late, so I don't know if he'll answer. Hopefully he does. You want to say hi to chat?
Hi, chat.
Before you say it, let me know so I can mute. It's Matt. Matt's coming to the rescue, chat. Matt's coming to the rescue.
Yeah, we're gonna try this out. Let's see.
Yeah, dude, I lost all my accounts. My main... Oh, that's appeal not approved. Oh, that's unfortunate.
How sad. Okay, go to your text message.
1 second, chat. We're saving it.
Okay, that's the thing that
Oh, oops. I'm typing it in the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, okay. Alrighty. You might want to change the bio, by the way. Alright, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Peace. Alrighty, everyone. W's for Matt in the comment section for saving us. I gotta go to the links website. Parker, COL. There we are. Boom. Perfect. Alrighty. Alright, let's go live. Sweet dreams, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I do need one. Alrighty. How long will this account last, chat? What are your thoughts, chat? How long do you think the account will last? What's Matt's at? Can people put it in the chat? I actually wouldn't be able to say. And I'm also going to run downstairs, and I'm going to turn on the AC real quick. All right, we're back. What's up, everyone? Holy shit, it is terribly hot in my room. AC, cooler heads will prevail. I know, right? What's up, everyone joining in? I'm so sad TikTok hates me, chat. TikTok hates me so much, man. It's so brutal. Fry, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Create 5 new TikTok accounts and rotate them. I was thinking. I've had that in the past, and they get all banned. And then you gotta make 5 new ones, and then those ones don't work. Fletch, thank you for the $5. Absolutely, thank you so much. Thank you. Let's see how long this account lasts. We'll see. We'll see. We have no guest requests right now. Only do send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. Just looking for some debates, everyone. What's good? What's good? Do give it a second, everyone. I'll probably try tomorrow my main account, but I'll stream on like StreamYard. And I'll tell people to go through guest requests on YouTube. Everyone, let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes here on YouTube. How many likes are we at, chat? How many likes are we at? I can't check on YouTube. David, thank you for the $2. Thank you. 1.4K. Oh shit, we're so close to 1.5. W's. Oh my gosh, chat. You know what's funny? It said my stream from yesterday was also on July 4th. That's actually hilarious. Isn't that kind of funny? Because it was so late. That's so brutal. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Maybe, I don't know. It was late. It was late, I tell you. Do you have mods here? Nope. Because I'm on Matt's account, but I'll mod you. I woke up to my phone saying live has ended. Yeah, because TikTok banned me. It's been a minute since my account got taken down like that. Zoe, thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I definitely think the move tomorrow is to do the StreamYard thing and get debates through YouTube. I think that's definitely the move tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I was wondering if I could get feedback on a roommate who is a MAGA supporter.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for Trump supporters. I appreciate you, though. I do appreciate you. I am just looking for Trump supporters, though, right now, everyone. Lacey, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Chat, we might not have a full debate stream today. It might be a little bit rough for streaming today. If anyone has any content I can react to, I'd appreciate that. But chat, I don't know what to do. I actually don't know what to do. Because, I'm losing all my accounts. No requests. Nope. What happened to Marge's account? Banned. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Kinda.
What's your birth year?
2007, January 4.
And what state do you live in?
Well, that's the thing. I'm moving to USA.
Okay, so you will be a citizen?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you started the process?
Sort of.
I have a question. Do you think the process should take as long as it does?
No.
No. Okay. Do you think the process should go quicker?
Yeah, it will be nice.
Okay. So that's a democratic policy. Why do you support
Well,
Donald Trump? Judy, think of the
I
$10. Thank you.
well, it's kind of supporting. It's like he has points I support, and Kamala has too.
Kamala.
As in, I am with abortion. With that part, I'm on the side of Kamala and stuff like that. But with if I look at immigration and if I see how it's going in Europe right now, I'm not really educated in that, but I would go a little bit towards Trump's side.
You would go to wait. Do you know a single policy of Trump's you like?
As in,
Like a policy. Do you know like a policy of Trump's you like?
well, undocumented immigrants.
You want undocumented immigrants to be deported?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. You want undocumented immigrants to be deported. Are you okay with like legal citizens being deported? Or legal citizens being detained without due process?
No.
That's also happening. What about naturalized citizens losing their naturalization?
Yeah, that's bad.
That's what like MAGA was advocating to get rid of. They were advocating to get rid of Zoran's naturalization. That's incredibly fucked up. And that means that they're trying to attack his citizenship. Literally just because they disagree with him, which is like anti-free speech. Miss Smiles, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. You were saying?
I like a question. I don't know, because I'm just looking into that and I don't really know. But do Kamala and Trump like both support Israel?
Kamala. Yeah, they're both pro-Israel.
Okay.
Sadly.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't really have much to say like that. I just wanted to get like, well, I just wanted to, yeah, I don't really know. I'm not really on someone's side, but I have points, well, that I see. I'm not really educated in it, but I have like points that I saw that was on Trump's side that I like, and I like points that on Kamala's side.
Kamala. Like what points?
Well, what I just said,
Sid, thank you
I'm
for $20. It's been alright.
with
I've
the
been getting a bunch of
abortion.
bans, Sid. I've been banned like a few times. Every account is. I'm currently on Matt's account because I got so many bans. Sorry, go ahead.
The abortion part, I'm on like Kamala's side. Or I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong.
You're good.
But yeah, I'm not really educated on it. But I was like, why would you say for like a person like me that would move? Why would you say I should vote for like Kamala?
Why should you vote for Kamala Harris? Because it is the case that she advocated for better tax policies, specifically for the low and middle class. She actually believes in like the Constitution and basic rights. Right? Donald Trump was undermining. She believes in science and climate change, and Donald Trump said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Donald Trump wants to cut people off of, or has just signed a bill to cut people off of Medicaid and food stamps, right? While increasing the debt by trillions of dollars.
Yeah, that's fucked up. By the way, I heard that somewhere. Was it like true that he said like he wanted to see underage girls or something in dressing rooms?
Yeah, he bragged about
Yeah,
walking
okay,
into the
fuck
changing
no.
rooms
Yeah,
of
okay,
girls
no,
in
I'm
Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He's literally on Howard Stern's show bragging about it. You can hear him doing it on audio recording. That was like actually live at the time, so people heard this prior to AI existing. So it's 100% not AI. Secondly, it is the case that there were victims that came out. There was an 18-year-old girl that came out, said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in.
Really?
Yeah. And he bragged about this in front of people, and people still support him. Isn't that unhinged?
Why would he brag about
That's not even the only thing. He also was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. It is also the case he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass.
Excuse me. Wait, 10. Repeat it again. 10-year-old.
Yeah, he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years to a 10-year-old girl's face. He said, are you going up the escalator? She said, yeah. She said, can you believe it? He said, can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. She goes, ah. That's on audio recording as well. I can play that for you if you'd like.
What the fuck? Okay, that's
So
I
given
did
that
not
this is
know
the case,
that.
do you not support him?
Oh fuck no.
Okay, all right. Well,
If you really did that.
absolutely. You can look those things up. Look up Donald Trump caught saying he would date 10-year-old girl in 10 years. click on videos. It will be like a 30-second video you can just click on and watch right away. Martha, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Martha. Thank you so much.
Why would he even say that? What?
I don't know. He's a creep.
Oh, right. I really did not know that he said stuff like that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 23.
And do you support Donald Trump?
My brother does, and he's right next to me.
For sure. How old is he?
He's 21.
For sure. So why do you support Donald Trump, brother?
I just like more of his policies more than Kamala Harris.
Which policies?
In regards to the economy, I do think his tax policies, the way he lowers the overall tax and then also got rid of income tax, I think that definitely
He didn't get rid of income tax, and also his overall tax policy will reduce the benefits for the low and middle class, specifically for people who rely on benefits from the federal government, such as Medicaid and food stamps. You know that almost $1 trillion in Medicaid will be cut, along with $200 billion in food stamps.
Yes, and sorry, and you can argue for that, and some of that money was confirmed to be wasted by the Doge Department. Some of that money definitely was not going to people who either are alive or
That's just
people
not
who-
true. That's completely made up.
So when
There
the
was no
Doge Department-
evidence that like it was going to people that were not alive. If that were true, that would be fraud, and there would be criminal charges applied to those people. I would like to hear where any of these criminal charges were applied.
I mean, I guess you're right. There weren't criminal charges applied, and there's also, I mean, just because there weren't criminal charges applied doesn't mean that the crimes didn't happen.
Yeah, but it means
There's
that
a-
we don't
there's
have
a
reason
lot
to
of-
believe that they even happened in the first place.
Well, because the DOJ department showed social security numbers. They showed social security accounts that had birthdays that were all the way in the 1800s. And
Oh yeah, I'd love to
and
see.
some
I love
birthdays
to
that
see. I
weren't-
love to see one example of someone who was born in the 1800s receiving Social Security. Like, I'd love to see one example of that.
Well, I mean, I'd have to bring up. I'd have to search the exact. I mean, okay. Okay, I mean, granted, I don't have the exact article where they said it's on, so.
Well, like Doge
And-
specifically, when referencing the claims that they have on quote unquote waste, didn't describe how it's considered waste, just that they think it's waste themselves.
Well, can we at least agree that if someone's birth date is either way too old to even be alive, like in the 200 years old.
Yeah,
or
I would agree. I would
that-
agree that would be a problem that they're getting
Okay,
Social
and then
Security. But there's no evidence to indicate that we have people born in the 1800s getting Social Security.
Well, they did post it, like.
Dude,
on the
I'm
official
sorry. You think
Doge
someone
website.
140 years old is getting Social Security?
Well, not maybe that specific person, but someone who either an account with that number or someone who stole the account. Because
So someone's committing identity theft.
yeah.
Okay, so
that's
isn't
a
identity theft
definite possibility.
isn't identity theft currently illegal under the law?
There's a lot of things currently illegal under the
Okay,
law.
so if it's currently illegal under the law, then how specifically did Elon Musk limit it?
What do you mean?
How did it limit it? How did he limit it at all?
Well,
Like
you could.
from happening.
Well, you can't stop identity fraud from happening.
Yeah, you don't stop identity theft from happening by cutting Medicaid. Can you explain to me how that's the process in which you stop identity theft?
It's they stopped giving funds to accounts that were possibly giving or possibly committing
Dude, I
identity.
agree with you. If there's someone born in 1800, right, we shouldn't be giving them Medicaid,
And
Medicare, or any social programs because they're not alive.
and that's and
But
those
like,
and
but
that's
like, but
part of
like,
the
the thing
reason
is,
why.
you've been propagandized into believing that that set of conditions is true in order to justify people engaging in Medicaid cuts to give tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires. You're serving the
So
interests of millionaires and billionaires explicitly because you've been propagandized into believing that they're cutting quote unquote waste when they're cutting your neighbor's fucking Medicaid.
so there's no instance of someone committing identity theft. There's no
I'm not
instance
saying
of
there's no instances. I'm just saying that
maybe
the
not
cut.
even
Wait,
identity
oh, let
theft.
me
Maybe
clarify. Not
just
let me clarify. I'm not saying there's no instances of identity theft. What I'm saying is the cut specifically implied, particularly that within the big beautiful bill, don't even make a differentiation to identify that based upon whether or not they committed fraud. There's nothing in the bill that says if they committed fraud, if they committed identity theft, then this should be taken from them. They specifically changed the work requirements, right? So that it would make it harder for people to get access to Medicaid who literally cannot afford it.
and I can't argue with that. And I personally do not support the big beautiful bill. I think that it's too.
I didn't know that.
It's too vague. It's too bloated with unnecessary words and documents, and it's very much kind of goes against the whole idea of reducing government spending because it really just shifts where that spending goes. So the beautiful bill, I agree. I don't really support.
Okay.
It's just
What of Trump's do you support?
I guess one of the main things would be the border crisis, the
What
fact
about the border? Could you name a specific policy relating to the border that you support?
I mean, just actually, supporting or at least trying to enforce our border laws. Not
So to clarify, you don't think under the Biden-Harris administration they were enforcing border laws? So
no,
you think Border Patrol agents just stopped enforcing the border when the Biden-Harris administration was in office?
well, yeah,
Yeah.
because
What did they do to do that?
yes, yes and no. In the sense of enforcing the laws, they were technically doing that, but they were not. What all they were doing was taking illegal immigrants who, quote unquote, seeking asylum, and then just putting them into cities that or sanctuary cities that would house them. They were
Okay.
not
By the way, I just want to let you know,
under the
the asylum process is a legal process, right? It
it,
is the case. It is the case. The legal process of asylum, right, is totally fine and legitimate. There's nothing wrong with that process of asylum. Can you? The only wrong thing with the process of asylum is that the court cases take too long to go through, specifically because it is the case that the system is backed up and we don't have enough people within the context of the court system to make the cases go quicker. And so then, like, if we actually passed any sort of bill, even one that Democrats were advocating for, like the bipartisan border bill, we would have had more immigration judges to go over these asylum cases.
okay, and so would the solution be by just letting illegal immigrants who made a claim to seek asylum just go into cities?
Wait, I just want people seeking asylum are going
Yes.
through a legal process. They're not undocumented immigrants. They're going through a legal process. If you want to reference anyone, like here's my position. Anyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. Every single person who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Why? Because they benefit our country. They make our country a better place. And there's no reason to deport them, right? If it is the case that they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. The whole reason why there is an immigration system in the very first place is to ensure the safety and security of our population. And simply deporting someone who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime is not making this country safer by any means.
Okay, so how is letting people just into the country who do not support our values, who do not share our values?
What values?
I mean, I guess just the regular American values of democracy.
What happened to free speech? And democracy. So you mean if they were a Trump supporter, push the galaxy. So like you wouldn't let them in the country if they don't, value our democracy, our rule of law, our constitution, our court system, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's literally Donald Trump's ideology. He undermines our court system by saying the 2020 election was stolen with no evidence, even though there's 60 plus courts indicating that he lost the election. Plus, he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He thinks that that's bullshit. He was criminally convicted of 34 felonies. He thinks that that's bullshit, right? That's ridiculous. Obviously, he didn't care about the court cases that convicted people who literally beat police officers on January 6th, so he pardoned those violent rioters. He also doesn't care about the Constitution. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. I mean, those are all examples of him violating core fundamental American values.
All right, and so to my argument to that, Hillary Clinton did the same thing in 2016. She, without any evidence, for 4 years, for actually 8 years, she and other Democrats, including Nancy Pelosi, claimed that Trump stole the 2016 election and Russia helped him steal it. They had no evidence, and when they took it to the Supreme Court twice, the courts shut it down. They said there was no
Wrong.
evidence.
They did not
Right.
claim that Donald Trump stole the 2020 election. There was just an investigation of collusion, and they did find collusion of members on Trump's administration and Russia colluding to then to change the election results in 2016. That was a fact. We also saw that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. That was a fact. Now, they couldn't demonstrate specifically collusion between Trump and Russia, but there were people on his administration that absolutely colluded with Russia.
And so there was also no. So then we would also have to say there was evidence of in the 2020 election that there was evidence of election fraud, ballot harvesting. There to say that there was
No, actually, the 2020 election was the
manipulation
safest.
happening.
No, the 2020 election was the safest election in recorded history. It was safer than 2016.
But how? How was it safer when there was on video evidence of ballot harvesting of
60 plus court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. You say there were
Sufficient
all these
evidence-
videos. You say there were all these videos of quote unquote ballot harvesting. How come they were not put through the court system insofar as they demonstrated an overturning of the election results? Because a lot of these fucking videos were proven to be bullshit, fake, and lies, and or not enough reason to overturn the election.
So, and these videos, the reason why they weren't allowed to even, be used as evidence is because the areas that these videos took place in places like Pennsylvania, the courts would not allow investigations.
They did do investigations. They did audits. They had court cases, and they all determined no sufficient evidence.
In Pennsylvania, they did not allow any sort of investigation or audits.
Well, wait. In Pennsylvania, you're saying there was no audit.
The courts did not allow it. And
Really, you think no audit in Pennsylvania?
Okay, maybe they did do an audit, but they did not do they wouldn't allow an in-depth investigation for any election malpractice.
They did. That's what an audit is. What is an audit? What is an audit?
There wasn't sufficient evidence.
Hey, what's an audit?
Okay.
Come on.
I am perfect. I'm just not. I'm just telling you.
You're fine.
I don't even want to do this.
Oh.
I can't tell you.
Hey, man, I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, I get it. I'm just
saying, like, an audit absolutely is going to clarify whether or not, like, the election was, like, had any type of tampering to it. Like, and we do know that the 2020 election was not stolen. The idea that it was stolen is Republican misinformation and propaganda that Donald Trump literally perpetuated in order to be able to literally try to stay in power, which he failed at.
Okay, but every politician claims that there's a reason why they lost the election.
Wait, no. Can you tell me where Tim Walz and Kamala Harris said that they won the 2024 election? Where did they make those claims?
They didn't.
You know what? You're right. They didn't.
And honestly, and to be totally honest with you, they could have. They could have totally done that. You know, there were actually some people on the left that were saying that. They could have easily exploited that.
All right.
Just like how Donald Trump did. But they didn't, and that shows integrity.
I mean, again, they did it in 2016. Regardless, the past is the past, whatever. Regardless of what president, of what won which election, we can make arguments day and night about who should have won. It didn't matter who should have. All that matters is who did won. Trump won 2016. He lost 2020. Regardless of whoever wants to say, right?
Okay, but isn't it like showing that he doesn't care about the election results, our democratic processes, our rule of law, our court system, and our constitution, when not only does he specifically undermine the election results in 2020 by denying 60 plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, but he also called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the constitution. I do have to remove you because you got a violation for civic and election integrity. So I actually have to go on to the next person. I appreciate you coming up, but I actually have to go on to the next person. TikTok is really, really strict today. I recommend to go over to my YouTube, everyone. Recommend to go over to my YouTube because we might get taken down again. You, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Matt, how you doing?
Shin, thank you for the $2. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
Is it okay if I don't say my month?
No.
All right, November.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, yes, I support Donald Trump.
Why?
Well, many reasons. I didn't vote in this last election because I wasn't old enough. And
2006, you were old enough.
November.
Oh, wait, what day in November?
Past the election.
That's rough. Go ahead and then continue.
All right. What?
Go ahead, continue.
Don't worry about it. All right, so I thought Joe Biden didn't really do a good job as president, so I would have probably voted for Trump.
Can you name one policy that Joe Biden passed that you disagree with?
Probably all the spending on climate change.
Do you believe climate change is real?
To an extent. Like, what do you mean by climate change? Do you mean like...
Do you believe in human-caused change of the climate?
To an extent, I do.
Do you believe in what scientists have identified as warming of the climate, specifically due to human intervention?
Like the majority of scientists.
Yeah, majority, the consensus.
97%.
Do
Yeah.
you accept
But like,
their consensus?
the other 3% is
Wait, do you accept their consensus?
What's the consensus that...
that human-caused climate change is a problem?
Yes, but I still understand the other side of the argument.
What is the other side of the argument that you understand? That's like saying you understand the other side of the flat earthers. That is like literally the same as holding a flat earth position. You are denying a scientific consensus, my guy.
Did I say I denied it?
Do you accept the scientific consensus? So then you do believe that climate change is a problem.
Yeah, but I don't think it's, one of the biggest problems that we need to look at.
It's okay. So you don't think that we should address it? Okay. What makes you think that? Because that's again, consensus disagrees with you.
So like, why would we put all our money into this, climate
because reducing
accord
because
with China,
reducing pollution, right, increases social welfare. Can I explain why? There's something called negative externalities. For example, we impose regulations on businesses limiting them from putting toxic waste in lakes that people use, because if people use those lakes and it is the case that they put toxic chemicals and waste in that harms people's health who use the lakes, and that leads to overall more costs in our society related to healthcare. Does that make sense?
Okay, wait. I thought we were talking about climate change. Why are we talking about lakes and healthcare?
Because the same types of regulations relating to the context of climate change are relevant. We impose regulations relating to climate change to increase social welfare because it is the case that the regulation being imposed then leads to a better level of distribution of that particular good according to the level of negative externalities that are going to impact other people.
Okay. Okay,
What's
Mr.
confusing? I explained a negative externality. Would you like me to explain anything?
All right, can we switch topics?
You don't want to address what I just said?
No, I kind of, I kind of zoned out.
I can go back
Like,
over it again.
why is everyone calling me slow? Stop, guys.
Don't use that terminology.
That's what these people are saying in the comments.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
All right. No, I kind of get what you're saying. These negative no. All right. Can we switch topics, do you think?
Do you want to address what I said?
So your argument against what you were responding to me? I'm not a child. I'm 18. What are these people saying?
Hey, man. I'm here. Eyes right here.
All right. I'm going to turn off the chat. Clear display. All right. What were you saying?
Give me like something that Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support him. How about that?
What something he would do to make me not support him?
Yeah.
Like
maybe you saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Oh God, here it comes. Are you gonna start talking about the grape stuff?
No, I just said is that a reason, or can you just give me an example of a reason?
All right, if he, for example, he shot a Democrat in the face, murdered someone.
So he murders someone. That's the only context?
What? I'm answering your question. What do you mean?
Okay. If he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you still support him?
This is a gotcha question, and I know it's coming. So, can we change that?
Would you like to respond?
Yes, I'll fall into the gotcha question. Keep going.
Would you like to answer the question?
I just did. I said yes.
You'd still support him?
Oh, if he was found civil. Okay, so there's two things. There's someone's character that you're voting for, and then there's someone's policy. Which one do you think is your opinion more important?
If Donald Trump raped a child, would you still vote for him?
No, answer my question.
You care about both.
Okay, but which one's more important?
Which one's more important?
Of the two.
I don't know if I can qualify if they're more important. I think they're both probably equally important.
So you think character is as important as what someone carries out in policy?
Within certain respects, like certain things about character, yeah.
Okay,
Miss
what if
Smiles,
someone...
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I
So
really
what if-
appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Miss Smiles.
Jeez. So what if someone...
Wait, are you mad?
No. So what if
Then
someone...
Why'd you say Jesus, bro?
Sorry.
Kate, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Please, please, please remind people that democracy dies in silence. I've been a supporter for years, and we need your voice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kate. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you. Good, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. So what was I saying? You made me lose my freaking train of thought, bro. What the heck, man? What the
you,
heck,
dude.
Matt, I am? What the heck?
Bro, you know who I am.
Yeah, I know. You're the mister. Why do you support Trump guy?
Oh, what's my name?
I don't know your name, bro.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Well, come on, why don't you want to say my name? You know
All right,
it.
can we continue?
You know it. You know my name, so say it.
Say my name.
Say my name.
I'm not wasted, guys. Stop saying that.
Say my name.
All right, can we continue, please? I was
Say
gonna
my
say.
name. Say my name.
All right, so fuck. What was I gonna say?
Say my name.
Matt.
You have about 5 seconds to say my name before I kick you, bro.
All right, hold on. Before you say anything.
4, 3.
Hey, Peter.
Oh my. You are not watching me right now. You are not watching. By the way, do you see like the little staticky parts? My girlfriend's watching me on the TV right now. Oh no, they're all watching me. Everyone there is watching me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm on the big screenshot. I'm on the big screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 40.
And do you support Donald Trump?
What's that?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Why not?
Held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Said he dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Are those pretty good reasons to not support the guy?
To be honest, it's not Teen USA to begin with.
It is, because there were actually there was an 18-year-old that came out that said that there was 4 victims, right, as young as 15 years old, right, within these particular events, right? And we know that he owned
you
Miss Teen
believe
USA.
everything that somebody comes out and says.
Like victims that specifically witnessed crimes, yeah.
So, for instance, Biden's daughter coming out saying that he was showering with her.
So you're referencing particularly a diary that the contents have not been verified because Ashley Biden came out and said that there have been false accusations lobbed at people like she cares about within her family that relate to that, because that particular diary was literally stolen by a right-wing think tank. So we have a whole point of ownership specifically where we don't know what happened to it. Now, granted, even if that did happen, there are plenty of parents that specifically when their children are very, very young, right, literally like shower with their children to ensure that their children are okay. You know that, right?
So you're saying that as long as she came out and said that it is false, or somebody came out and false.
Wait, I'm sorry. Does that indicate any? Wait, by the way, does that indicate anything sexual? Right, in that context, right? Even if it is the case that what you're referencing is true, no, it doesn't. But what I referenced with Donald Trump and him in terms of him saying, but hold on. What I referenced in terms of what I referenced in terms of Donald Trump, him saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that is clearly overtly sexual. I'll ask you this question: would you be okay with Donald Trump going up to a 5-year-old girl and saying he would date her in 15 years?
What do you mean?
Like, would you still support him if he went up to a 5-year-old girl, a kindergartner, and said he would date her in 15 years? Would you still vote for the guy?
How does this have anything to do with?
Because it's just a distinction in terms of what reality is by 5 years, right? And it still demonstrates the same topic. I think your intuition indicates that you probably wouldn't vote for him, which then begs the question, why would you vote for him if, you know, the victim were 10 years old?
Would you vote for anybody that said they would go and date with a 5-year-old?
What's up?
Would you vote for anybody that said they would date a 5-year-old? Would you vote for Obama if he said that he'd go
No.
date a 5-year-old?
No.
Okay. So then what is this hypothetical question that has absolutely nothing to do?
Wait, you would obviously say
And
you
you
wouldn't.
can make all
Wait, to
sorts
clarify,
of
to clarify,
hypothetical
wait, to clarify, you would say you obviously wouldn't support him, right? In that context.
No, who would support anybody?
Obviously. So,
that is-
so if the girl was 5 years older, why would you be okay with it?
I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah,
here.
if the girl
So
was
the
10 years old rather than being 5 years old, right? And he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, why would you still vote for him in that context? Because that did happen in reality.
So in what context are you taking that as a serious thing, or is that somebody's way of saying that, hey, you're beautiful, you're a 10-year-old beautiful girl?
I'm sorry. Do you think that's not fucking creepy? Do you think that's not pedophilic to go up to a 10-year-old girl and say that you're going to be dating her in 10 years? Yeah. By the way, that girl's in 5th grade. That's a 5th grader.
Where's the receipts of this part?
You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. Just
Because I mean, again, you're saying that
put your
seem-
listening
it
ear, put your
seems
listening ears on real
okay,
quick. Put your listening ears on real
but
quick.
there's actually
Oh, hold up.
no
Listen.
evidence. There's 11.
Listening ears.
There's 11
Listening.
other contestants said that no, he.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
One more time.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Let's go over it again. Right? He said, "Are you going up the escalator?" She responds with, "Yeah." He then goes, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." And she goes, "Ah," because she was disgusted by the fact that he said that. So please explain to me how you defend that.
So where's the other context within that clip? I mean, yeah, it's easy to pull little.
What
clips
other
here and there.
context is relevant? I'm sorry,
That
what?
makes anything. Again, you can't tell a little girl something to make them feel good.
You mean you're okay with? I have a question. If you have a 10-year-old daughter, would you be okay with a 50-year-old man going up to your 10-year-old daughter and saying that he would date her in 10 years?
Yeah, if it was the context.
You're totally
telling her
okay.
that
You're totally okay with a 50-year-old man perving on your 10-year-old daughter?
That is not
You have-
perving.
that is absolutely perving.
Do you have any nieces or nephews?
Yeah.
Little kids that you tell, "Hey, you're beautiful. You're a cute little kid."
No scenario would I be okay with my literal fucking infant nieces and nephews, right, being told that they're going to be dated in 10 years, right, or 20 years, or whenever the fuck they're an adult. That would be insane. If someone said that to my infant nephew and niece, I would fucking go crazy.
Okay, so again, how does this have anything to do with anything presidential?
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 because you have to have the like a particular barrier on behavior to say that if someone engages in this particular, you have an echo. If someone engages in this particular type of bad behavior, that you're willing to say that you wouldn't support them, right? Like you shouldn't
So
support people
Biden
held civilly
showering
liable of
with
sexually
his
abusing
daughter-
women. You shouldn't support
Biden
people that said
showering with his daughter is completely fine. And you.
By the way, Biden wasn't the candidate; it was Kamala Harris. But secondly, if we want to address that, again, I
And you're
just
saying-
explained this to you, and you didn't listen to it at all. That
You just
diary,
said
the
that.
diary was not verified, right? Hey, you have an echo. Can you please fix your echo?
Conversation.
Hey, man, you have to fix your echo. It's unbearable.
So you literally said.
Can you fix your echo?
I
will kick you from the live if you don't do it, and you keep unmuting yourself. It's unbearable. Swipe out of the app, swipe back in.
Is it better?
I think so. All right, you were saying?
Am I? Oh, and I was just going to say it. So you're using that, but you want to say that it is completely fine and normal that parents shower with their kids.
We're talking about like parents, right? Dude, you need to fix this echo. It's so brutal. I can't even think. It is absolutely normal for parents specifically to shower with their very young children to ensure that they're safe and okay. That is absolutely something that is normal, that happens a lot, especially in the context of single parents with very
But
young children.
the age
That is not
she was-
sexual by any means. Okay, that's not sexual.
She was not a very young kid, though.
You have no evidence of that.
It literally says how old she was
No,
when
it
the
doesn't.
diary.
No, it does not. By the way, even the diary specifically does not say that, even if the contents were verified. And by the way, we're still referencing, again, Kamala Harris as the candidate. Hello? You have to unmute, man. Or, hello? I don't hear you.
What's that? Sorry.
Are you going to just bring up Biden over and over again when he's not the candidate? Can you turn down your volume, actually?
But the thing is kind of the same thing as the Iranian bombing. Everybody, you want to say Trump did this without consulting the Senate and all that stuff when every other candidate's done the exact same thing. But then you give Trump shit, sorry, crap when he does the exact same thing. There's other parts. I guess I don't understand where one is allowed to do something and the other is not.
I don't know what you're saying, dude. I think that was pretty incoherent.
Okay, but so again, why do we hate Trump?
I've already went. He held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls with Miss TSA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He's totally incoherent, not fit to be president of the United States. He's a threat to our democracy. He undermines our rule of law, our constitution, our democratic values, our court system, plenty of things that are foundational to what it means to being American.
Can you look up? Let's go back to the Teen USA thing. Can you look it up and see if that is true? Google it.
I already have.
Google, did Trump walk in on Teen USA? Tell me what it says.
I did. He did.
And what does it say?
He bragged about it.
On the Howard Stern show?
Yes.
You can literally play the clip that says nothing about Teen USA.
Wait, the victim specifically came out, said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old, an 18-year-old girl where Donald Trump would barge in without their consent, right? They said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, changing when Donald Trump would barge in without consent of anyone in there.
Okay, and there's more to the article where it says that there are other contestants that also say they remember this never happening.
You're talking at Miss USA, right? And there are some circumstances where it didn't happen. Doesn't change the fact that in other scenarios it did.
Yeah,
He
so
bragged
again,
about it
we don't
himself.
know.
He literally bragged about it himself. He's also
That he walked
senile.
in, but it's not on Teen USA though.
It was.
That's the whole thing. What sounds bad is when you add the Teen USA.
It's bad anyway. Wait, by the way, do you not think it's bad to barge in the changing rooms of women without their consent? Do you think that's not an issue?
No, but you're
No?
emphasizing this Teen USA.
You don't
thing.
think that's an issue?
Did I? No, I didn't say that.
That's what I thought you just
But
said.
what I'm saying is that you're emphasizing this Teen USA thing because it sounds worse for him to walk in on a teen than an adult. Do I agree with either? No.
Okay, so then what's your point here?
That is the point.
Like, are you willing to
making it-
support him even if it is the case that he did that?
So your first argument was this: he was doing underage kids and all this stuff.
What? No,
So are
did
we
do
both
this.
agreeing that that's no longer a thing?
He did. He specifically barged into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He absolutely did that.
Just because you keep saying it doesn't make it true, though.
We already explained how it was true, and you just decided not to accept reality.
No, if you look at other articles, it literally says that it is not true regarding Miss Teen USA.
Okay, which article?
There's multiple articles.
Which ones? Hello? 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 Are you there, buddy? Oh, he left. Bro. Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Donald Trump. I love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Everyone, let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Imagine being in such a cult you think facts about women is hateful. Imagine being in such a cult. Imagine being in such a cult. You're scared of a fact about women.
Which fact specifically?
Define a woman. Or wait. Didn't you say one time that trans women are real women?
Trans women are women, absolutely.
Dude, you're lying. That's a lie.
I have a question. Are you Christian?
Am I what?
Are you Christian?
I mean, I believe in God. I wouldn't say like I'm Christian or anything. I believe in God though.
Do you believe in God the Father?
What do you mean? Do I believe in God the Father?
Yeah. Do you believe in God the Father?
What are you talking about? God the Father. What do you mean?
Do you believe any specific religion?
I just believe there's a God. I believe there's a creator. That's all I believe. I have my own beliefs. Let me put it that way.
Okay, I have a question. Have you watched the movie Freaky Friday?
Dude, what is this? What does any of this have to do
I promise
with,
you,
with what a trans woman is?
Hey man, I promise I'll explain. Can you let me? Have you ever watched the movie Freaky Friday?
I don't think so. I don't even know. I don't know what movie you're talking about.
Let me explain this concept to you. Let's say my consciousness swapped bodies with my girlfriend. Okay. In that scenario, would it still make sense to say that me in the body of my girlfriend that I'm still a man?
Yes.
But am I
Because
biologically?
technically you are. You're still because
I'm
because
biologically
technically
female.
You can cut your privates off. You can do whatever you want, but that doesn't
I didn't
change
give you
what
an
you
example
are.
of that. Listen, I gave you an
Dude,
example of
you're
me
trying
and my
to beat
girlfriend
around the
swapping
bush.
bodies.
You're trying to beat around the bush. The fact is, a woman has XY chromosomes, bro. A man,
That's not true.
I'm sorry. A woman has two X chromosomes. A man has XY chromosomes, bro.
And by the
That's
way,
a
there are
fact.
scenarios where women have
Yes,
XY chromosomes, and there are scenarios where women have XXY chromosomes, and there are
but
scenarios where
that
women
doesn't
have
change.
different configuration of chromosomes.
Bro,
Like
bro.
chromosomes
That
are
doesn't.
not a determinant of sex in all scenarios, even, and they're not even a
This,
determinant of gender, right?
I gotta be honest. This is crazy to me, man.
Really, I'll
Like
ask
I
you
don't.
again.
You're young. You're
Let me
young. You're
explain.
young, bro.
Can
You're
I please
young.
make my point? Let me make my original point.
Go ahead, man.
You said
Go
when I
ahead.
swapped bodies with my girlfriend that it made sense to still call me a man in the body of my girlfriend. Okay, but I would in that scenario, I'm biologically female. I have XX chromosomes, and you're saying that I'm still a man. So you know what? It's almost like you identify that
If you're
gender
just
is
swapping
social
bodies,
and
that's
it's not
different. But if
biological.
you're actually turning yourself into a woman, like if you're actually like saying, "I'm transforming into a woman," like you're trying to make a hypothetical thing, and it makes no sense, bro. Like it makes no damn sense.
I explained. I literally just gave you a scenario where me and my girlfriend swap bodies, and it still makes sense to refer to me as a man, even though I'm biologically female. So
Okay,
the idea is
you're
that biology does not determine what your gender is in that clear scenario because it's based upon your
yes, it
commitment towards
does,
the social
bro.
and cultural
Yes, it
norms
does.
that are typically
You're
associated with
young,
sex
bro.
and a prescription
You
of
and
identity.
Dean,
How old are you?
you and I'm 38 years old.
Okay.
You and Dean are young, bro. Like all these young people on here that follow y'all and everything, y'all don't realize a lot of this stuff is like new age. It's a new age ideology.
No,
This is
trans
all
people have
like
always existed.
no, hold on. That's always y'all. That's always what y'all say. I'm not arguing about trans people being trans, but like all this new age, like, oh, a trans woman is a woman, and all
No,
this is
that
all new age
existed.
stuff.
Wait, by the
This is
way,
all new age stuff,
just
bro.
because it just came to your understanding doesn't mean the concept didn't
No,
exist
it
prior.
didn't just come, bro. See, why won't y'all listen to anybody older
No.
than
Like,
y'all?
listen to what I'm saying. Right? Yes, it is the case that more people now know about this, but that doesn't mean that it didn't exist as a concept prior. Like, can you understand that idea?
I mean, I get what you're saying, but that's not what it is. A
It
lot of
is.
this stuff is just no, bro. You're
Miss Miles,
smiling,
thank you
but
for
a
the
lot of this
$5 for it.
stuff
It
is
makes
new
no sense to
age
me,
made up,
so it doesn't exist. Caller, I'm 39 and you're wrong.
bro.
Old
A lot
Scoots,
of
thank
this
you for
stuff is
this
new.
for the 5 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm 38 and I agree with Parker.
I bet they do. That's because all these people are like your little followers, bro. Like, of course they're gonna agree with you. Democrats are literally scared to admit what a woman is because they feel like they're gonna go against their political party. That's called being in a cult.
Really? Can you define a cult?
What y'all are.
No, just define it. Define the term.
Y'all are literally scared to go against your leader. That's what y'all are scared to do. You're scared to go
Scared to
against
go
your
against your leader.
because you
Who's
don't
our
wanna
leader?
you don't want to look bad. That's
Who's our leader?
Democrats.
Who?
Well, Biden was y'all's leader.
Who is our leader now?
Nobody, which sucks.
Nobody.
For y'all.
So we don't have a leader. So we're not following a leader. So no, we're not in a cult. Who's your leader?
Bro, you know what up, bro. You
Who's
know
your
what I'm
leader?
saying. I don't like consider myself to have a leader. Trump's the president.
Trump is your leader under your view. Yeah, you follow
No,
your leader.
I'm not mad.
What you're doing is you're projecting. What you're doing is you're projecting.
No, I'm definitely not projecting, bro.
You clearly are. You clearly are. It's embarrassing.
I just truly think it's crazy that people do not know what a woman or a man is.
Okay,
That
I
is
have a question.
insane,
What is
bro.
a woman?
You're supposedly educated.
I have a question.
But you don't even know.
I did describe it already. What is a woman?
A woman is an adult female with 2 X chromosomes.
And an adult female with 2 X
Am
chromosomes.
I wrong? Hold on.
I have a question. I have a question. Then here's a question. Right? Do you think that there are any women with XY chromosomes?
Why can't hold on? Before I answer that, why can't you?
Do you think there are any women with XY chromosomes?
See, you won't answer because you know I'm right.
No, not a woman is not always going to have XY or XX
And this
chromosomes.
is the part where I keep getting muted.
Yes, because women don't always have XX chromosomes. In some scenarios, women can have XY chromosomes.
That doesn't change the fact that an adult.
How do you identify an adult human
All right,
female?
Parker. All right, Parker. I tried to have a conversation, bro, but you keep muting me.
I won't mute you if you engage with this point. Oh, he's gonna run away. I mute you because you won't engage in a productive dialogue if you don't get muted.
That was a
Yo, what's up? How old are you? John, thank you for the $17.76. Thank you so much, John.
Yeah.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. For the 3,000 people on YouTube, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps push out the YouTube streams here. Subscribe and like the stream if you have not already. If you want to support me again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
January.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I think he's the leader that we need.
How so?
Like, he's the leader. Because in my opinion, like, I feel like he puts his foot down and makes himself clear to other countries, and I think that's very important.
Can you give me an example of him doing that?
Bombing.
Bombing? Bombing who?
I forgot.
You forgot?
I know I sound young. Damn, they're coming at me in the comments.
Wait, who do you agree with in bombing? You don't even know the country?
I really don't. I know I'm not that educated, but
You kind of sound like a cultist when you say that you support him bombing a country. You don't even know what country you're referencing. You support him bombing?
it's fucking I remember, I swear. I just seen that shit, but the name really don't matter that much because I know
She has no clue what the country's name is. Can you tell me where can you tell me where it's located in the world?
the East.
The East. Wow, that's not really very
Towards
much
the East. We're in America, so they're towards the East.
towards the East. Wow.
Yes.
East in relation
Am I
to
wrong?
what?
To America. Towards the East.
Towards technically you could say towards anyway. You could say towards the west as well.
To the left? Like if you're looking at a map.
To the left is crazy. You have no clue what you're referencing. What continent?
Okay, just in general. Okay,
What
I'm saying is
continent?
in
What
general.
continent are they located on?
I'm gonna say Asia. I'm sorry, but in general, I feel like he does put his foot
How many
down.
continents are there?
7.
What are they?
Okay, there's like Asia, Europe, North America, South America. That's 4. Fuck. Okay, that's not what I'm saying, though.
You don't know anymore.
That's what I'm saying is I think it's a good idea that he puts his foot down and makes it known. It's like, do not fuck with America.
You
You're
only
gonna
know
get
you only know 4 of the 7 continents.
That's not what I'm saying at all. Don't you think it's a good thing that we have a leader, someone that people are scared to mess with, right?
How are people scared to mess with Donald Trump?
Because he whatever he says he does, right? Like he
Really?
will
Really? I
fuck
have a
you up.
question. Did he join the swamp? Did he repeal and replace the ACA? Did he build the wall?
Did he drain the swamp?
Did he end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Did he annex Canada
Well,
and Mexico
he
and
did
Greenland
try, but
and
they
Panama?
fucking went against it. He did say let's end this war, and then they like it was all fine, and then they fucking retaliated. They lied. They went back.
Who lied?
They lied.
Who's that?
They lied.
Who's that?
You know who I'm talking about.
No, who's that?
I don't want to look it up. I'm laying down. But you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
I know I sound
Who's that?
stupid, but
Who's that?
yes, you do. Come on.
Who's that?
You know exactly who I'm talking about. Okay, Liv, I'm laughing because it is funny. I'm sorry. Damn, people are dissing me, but I'm being serious right now. I'm sorry I don't know the names of certain things, but
I have a question. If people within your
what?
life saw this clip of us debating, what do you think that they would think?
They're gonna think I'm stupid.
You think that people in your own personal life would think that you're stupid? So then why do you hold the positions that people in your personal life would think are stupid? Lacey, think of the $10. Thank you.
Ask that question again.
Yeah, why would you hold the positions that people in your personal life would identify as stupid, given that you trust those people?
Someone said, dude. Okay, I'm trying to comprehend what you just said.
Yeah.
I know it.
Why would you support something that people in your personal life identify as stupid, given it is the case that you trust them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would.
That's not a response. I said why.
Oh. Well, just about that specific thing in general. But the point is, I just said what I said, and that's why I'm sorry. Like, shit. I said what I said, but that's it. I don't know. Anyway, I think I'm a little drunk. It's 4th of July, y'all.
I'm elevated. No excuses here.
You're elevated on what?
I'm always elevated.
Okay. I'm embarrassed for me. I'm drunk, y'all. It's okay. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm not underage. I'm 27. Good night. It was nice to meet you, Matt.
Nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you. Okay. Good night.
Nice to meet you. My name's not Matt, by the way. Parker, think of the $15. Thank you so much,
Maddie.
Parker. I appreciate it. Dana, think of the
Maddie
$1.
Ann. Okay, good night.
Do you know what my name is?
Maddie Ann?
No, that's not my name. You've never seen me before?
Never. Yeah, I
Never.
was just scrolling.
Diabolical, I tell you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, good night.
No clue who I am. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Mary, think of the $10. Thank you so much, Mary. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So, man.
Do you support
19.
Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support him.
Why? All right, what's your birth year?
06.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, okay, so let's see. I mean, I like that he's letting ICE do their job. I like that he supports Israel.
Okay.
I like that he's pro-life.
Okay. We have a lot to talk about already.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, so you said that you like that he's pro-Israel.
I mean, why wouldn't I be?
You like ICE. You hold
Yeah.
like the Infinity Stones of worst positions ever.
How? You don't like ICE, or you don't support Israel?
No, I don't.
Why? That's
One,
crazy.
the state of Israel is committing a genocide.
That's not true.
That is true. Not only is that true, they're also committing apartheid, right? Also, we can reference specifically in terms of ICE. ICE is illegally detaining people without due process and deporting people without due process and kidnapping them from their communities without due
But
process.
if they're illegal, so what?
Everyone in the country gets due process according to the Constitution. So if you care about the Constitution, you would say everyone within the country should be granted due process.
Shit, it's time to make some changes then.
Okay, so then you want to amend the Constitution? Good fucking luck.
Nah, but
How about we amend the Constitution to deport you?
I mean, I think I'd be fine. Honestly, if I got deported, I think I would find my way. I'd be fine.
Should we amend the Constitution to deport this guest, chat?
Yeah, let's do it.
I say we amend the Constitution to deport David.
Hell yeah.
And where should we send him, chat?
Send me to wherever you want. I'll go wherever.
You're okay with being sent anywhere?
Yes. Anywhere.
Would you be okay with going to an El Salvadorian prison?
I mean, if that's where if it's lit, I mean.
Do you know how people
Nah,
are
I'm just
treated
messing
there?
with you. No, I mean, listen, bro. I mean, yeah, they have mega prisons there. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Not gonna lie.
Would you be okay with being deported there?
Nah, I wouldn't want to be there.
Okay. So you would not be okay with illegally being deported there. So why are you okay with other people being illegally deported there?
Who's been illegally deported there? That one dude?
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was tortured there.
Yeah, it wasn't.
He was not. Yes, tortured. He was.
He was not tortured.
Yes,
He's already been brought back, or he's already been released.
What makes you think that he was not tortured?
I mean, I don't think anyone's really tortured there.
Do you even know the conditions there?
I mean, yeah, like they're in their cells all day. They get out for probably less than an hour each day.
You have no clue. Like he was literally, dude, he was literally like beaten up. He was assaulted. He was forced to stay in one scenario without moving, like in one area without moving. Literally just like looking at the ground for like almost 12 hours, like horrible conditions.
You shouldn't
Psychological torture.
You shouldn't have came in illegally then.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you okay with undocumented immigrants being like tortured?
I mean, no, I don't want anyone to be tortured, but
are you okay with it?
I just said that I don't wish anyone to be tortured. I don't think anyone should be tortured.
Okay, so then why were you just like totally writing it off?
I mean, listen,
Why are you laughing?
I'll take a sip. That's pretty brutal. I'm not gonna lie.
So
but
we
weren't in control of that at that time. I mean, he's in El Salvador.
He was. The Trump administration illegally deported them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because he was here illegally and he was from El Salvador.
No, that doesn't mean you can illegally deport them just because they're in the country illegally. You understand that the Constitution applies. Wait, the Constitution applies to anyone within the country. Nightblade, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. And Dana, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then Kalia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much.
I think we should talk more about Israel because I don't understand what you don't want about Israel.
Okay. Okay. Then I have a question. Would you support Trump going in and owning Gaza as Trump Gaza after ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people with no right to return?
Would I support him owning that? Oh, fuck. Honestly, I think he should. I would support him having control over that piece of land. It's for the best.
That's so disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Lele, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand heart. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Jeez, I have literally... The hair keeps going in my eyes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's because I have a fan on. I need to turn the fan off. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 29.
Do you support
Fuck
Donald
Donald
Trump?
Trump.
Oh, nice.
I don't go. No, I'm just.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. By the way, everyone, we're going to try to get to 5 hours today, everyone. So that means we have about 45 minutes left on the live. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, born in 2006.
1 month.
August?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Shit. Life been great ever since he became president. I've been chilling. Life been great.
Okay, what have you done that's been so great because of Trump?
Huh?
What have you done that's been so great because of Trump?
What you mean life been great? Not be I mean it could be because of him, but like I said, I fuck with Trump hard. Plus
Can you name one thing that he did?
I fuck with him because he got a guy too.
Okay,
And
so I have a question. Kamala, I have a question. If Kamala Harris and Kamala, if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, right? Their consciousness swapped bodies. Would you vote for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, or Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body?
Nah, I vote for Harris.
So you'd vote for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body?
Nah, I'd vote for Kamala in Trump's body.
Oh, okay. Okay, so by the way, you don't care about any of the characteristics that they have as a person. You don't care about any of the policies they support. You specifically just care about the biology that they have?
Yes, sir. Is that wrong?
Yes. Yes.
Explain.
Okay. I have a question. Would you rather support Kamala Harris or Hitler?
That's a tough question.
That's not a tough question.
Let me think. They both bad, but shit, probably Harris.
The fact that it took you that long is actually preposterous.
How?
Do you know who Hitler is?
Yeah, World War II.
Is that it? Is that all you know?
Bad guy.
Can you tell me when World War II started? What year?
Shit was in the 1940s, wasn't it?
Generally, but it didn't start in the 1940s.
Perhaps when did it?
1939 with Poland.
Oh, so I was close.
Relatively. You cut out.
Any more questions?
Yeah, how many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Oh, shit. Judicial? Why are you staring at me like that? Legislative, right? And is it executive?
Surprise. What's 6 squared?
36.
Okay, if you pass the person in second place, what place are you now in?
If you pass the person in second place, obviously first.
Dude, if you pass the person in second place, you're in second place, bro. You haven't even played Mario.
Oh, okay.
Bro hasn't even played Mario Kart in his life.
No, we're talking politics here. Let's keep it going. Come on.
Purse of the Galaxy, thank you so much. How old are you, by the way?
18.
Are you off of some adult beverages right now?
Nah. Nah. I was born August 11th. I'm just chilling right now with you, talking politics. We got a good conversation going too about Trump. I like what he's doing down here in Florida too, Alcatraz. I fuck with that.
Really? You okay, I have a question. If a child was trying to escape alligator Alcatraz and was eaten by an alligator, would you care?
Depends what he was there for.
We're talking about a child, dude. I'm sorry. What would a child do to be able to deserve being eaten by being eaten by an alligator? It's so fucking insane. What is going on today? What is going on today? I'd recommend everyone on TikTok to go over to the YouTube. Everyone, link tree in the bio, or you can look at Parker Get a Job on YouTube. That is the place to go, everyone. For the 3,000 people over on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. We're almost at 2,000 likes, everybody. Maybe we can get up to near 3,000 today. That'd be pretty cool. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Parker?
Do you
40.
support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so?
Yeah, so when I initially voted for him, I was in favor of the tax cuts and the foreign policy. But actually, listening to you and Dean has changed my mind on the tax cuts. I do not support the BBB, but I still support the bombing of the nuclear facilities in Iran and that he stands with Israel.
Okay. So that's the only reason why you support him?
Yeah, it's a big issue to me. I have friends and family in Israel, so
So to clarify, right, you don't care about any other issue. You only care about his support for Israel being more than Kamala Harris's.
I think that there is a possibility of like Israel being annihilated, and again, I have friends and family there, so
I'm sorry. Why would it be America's job to deal with Israel being quote unquote annihilated? I have a question. Do you support defending Ukraine from Russia?
I do. I will say that I supported Trump because the reality on the ground is that Ukraine is going to have to give up the eastern occupied territories. And I thought Trump would make them come to terms with that. But it's been a complete disaster. Yeah, he's completely fucked that up.
Okay, but just to clarify, right? Like you know that it's going to lead to the destruction of your Ukraine, and you're totally okay with supporting Donald Trump, knowing that it's going to lead to the destruction of Ukraine, but you're willing to support, but you're not willing to support Kamala Harris, knowing that it would have saved Ukraine, and you had no reason to believe that it would have led to the destruction of the state of Israel, under your view, even. Like she's pro-Israel, like herself. Like I think it's incredibly unhinged to say that because you're pro-Israel, right? You're gonna like the only reason you're gonna care about is that because I swear you have to care about healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. You've got to care about expanding the child tax credit, climate change. You've got to care about science at least, right? You've got to care about so many of these things, right? Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
All right, you threw a lot out there. I want to start with Ukraine. I don't. You said that I supported the destruction of Ukraine. I don't. I don't think things would be much different if Kamala was president.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me clarify that
also
point.
Acknowledge.
Can I clarify that point real quick? Is
Yeah,
that
sure.
is that a incredibly isn't it like incredibly relevant, the U.S. funding to Ukraine? Isn't that fundamental? Wait, actually, and also, have I already talked to you?
No.
Okay.
Is it incredibly relevant? Europe stepped up and provided more funding, so I don't know how much of a difference it would have made, but I am conceding that Trump's approach did not work at all, and it did embolden Putin. Not going to dispute that.
Okay. I do think that I've talked to you before.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I spoke to Dean earlier today.
I swear I've talked to you like before in the past. Like, have we talked one point in the past?
No, I don't really like go on TikTok or lives. I spoke to Dean earlier today.
What did you and Dean talk about?
Israel.
What did Dean say?
We got kind of wrapped up in whether or not it was an ethnic cleansing and the definition of it.
and it meets the definition, and you were denying that?
I think under Dean's definition, every war from the offensive side is would be an ethnic cleansing. I don't think that Israel is attempting to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're attempting to, or Palestine. They're attempting to get rid
Donald
of.
Trump said no right to return for Palestinians.
Yeah, I don't agree with Trump Gaza, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Wait, regardless though, like that's his stated policy that he's in support of. Wait, actually, also, what is your justification for that? If Kamala Harris is president, the state of Israel will cease to exist? Because I guarantee there's a lot of leftists out there that are really like wanting to hear that, because that might be a reason why they want to support her.
Yeah, so I know what her official position was, not anti-Israel, but there are a lot of factions, or there's a large faction, I should say, within the Democratic Party that is 100% pro-Palestine and, from the river to the sea, which implicates the annihilation of Israel.
Wait, when you say free Palestine, right? What is talking about the annihilating? It's an annihilation of an ethno-state, not just a government called Israel. It's an annihilation of an ethno-state, right? We don't agree with ethno-states, but a secular democratic nation can exist as long as you give Palestinians and Israelis equal rights. And
Parker,
also you limit the illegal settlers, right, from literally stealing land and from encroaching upon Palestinians' land and their homes.
Parker, do you know why Israel, it's important that they're an ethnic state compared to other places? The Jewish people...
Mask off.
No,
Okay with ethno-states. Look at that. He just argued for an ethno-state.
Well, you know, during the Holocaust, Jews would have been able to leave, or prior to the Holocaust, Jews would have been able to leave Germany and Eastern Europe, but they literally
I have a question. Can Jewish people be safe without an ethno-state?
Throughout the history of the world, no. In today's world, maybe, but they are the most...
Wait, to clarify, if Jewish people can be safe without an ethno-state, why do you think that there has to be an ethno-state for Jewish people to be safe?
Do you know Jews have been ethnically cleansed from England, from Spain, from Portugal?
I have a question. Do you think that Jewish people would be ethnically cleansed from America?
At this point, I don't think so.
You don't think so? So then why don't you advocate for all Jewish people to move to the United States of America? Why don't you advocate for Jewish people to be able to immigrate to the United States?
Well, during that would be fine, but during the pre-Holocaust period, America was not accepting Jews.
Wait, we're talking about now, though. And do you think at that time they should have been accepting of Jewish people?
Well, of course, yeah.
Okay, so then to also clarify, do you think it would be easier specifically for anti-Semitic people to annihilate more Jewish people if more Jewish people are located specifically within a smaller area within the state of Israel rather than being around the entire world or possibly within the United States where it's more vastly spread? So couldn't you argue that actually Jewish people would be less safe by being located within the state of Israel?
No, because it's a place that Jews can always go to for refuge.
Can you give me any good evidence that within the state of Israel, Jewish people are safer than anywhere around the planet?
Okay, so from today's lens, I see what you're what you're saying. But when you look at literally millennia of Jewish people being persecuted, being genocided, I don't think that's a verb, but you know what I mean, that it was very important and to have a place where if there is persecution, which could return, because there's a lot of...
I just ask you, what evidence is there that Israel is safer for Jewish people than any other place on the planet?
That they will accept Jewish people from anywhere, that if they're being persecuted, they have somewhere to go. That's the evidence, which is historically important.
Why does there have
because-
to be an ethno-state in order for Jewish people to be safe? Again, you're not giving me an argument for why an ethno-state has to exist. You say typically you're against ethno-states, correct?
Yeah, I would say
Why? Why are you typically against
most
ethno-states?
I do believe that states should be accepting of everybody, of different religions, different races. I do believe that.
Well, then why not for the state of Israel?
Israel is accepting of everybody, but if they had one,
Would Israel be okay
population-
with the Jewish population of Israel going below 51%?
Well, of course not. No, because then they would lose their power and be in a situation.
Why
where
should
they're
Jewish
against
people
them.
have power over Israel?
I believe that
Why
there
shouldn't it
should
just
be
be
a
anyone who
two-state-
decides to move there and decides to pay for that land? Like buy it from someone who lives there legally, right?
Parker, that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of Israel, is to have a place where if Jews are being persecuted, they can turn to. Because I know it might not be happening in mass right now.
Is there a capacity in which you could preserve that without maintaining the ethno state within Israel?
I don't think so. No, if it was
Why not?
51%. Because there's no other country in the history of the world that's had that policy. Actually, every other country has displayed it to varying degrees.
Well, I have
over
a question. I'll ask you this question. Do you think white people can be safe without an ethno state?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that British people can be safe without an ethno state?
Obviously, yeah. But the
Do
answer
you think
to
Germans can be safe without an ethno state?
yes, you can keep listing.
Is there
off
any
groups-
group of people that you think cannot be safe without an ethno state?
Potentially the Jewish people, if you look through the history of the world.
So that's it. No other group of people, right, can have an ethno state, just Jewish people.
I'm not saying they can't, but
You're
my
saying
point
it's wrong for them to have an ethno state, but it's
No, no,
totally
no.
okay for Jewish people to have an ethno state.
I'm saying it's necessary because, Parker, let me ask you a question. Can you name a group of people that have been persecuted throughout human history more than the Jewish people?
I don't like the comparison of how much groups of people have been persecuted. I think I can quantify that.
Well,
I don't think I can quantify. I don't think it's even my place to quantify, right, the distinctions between the amount that people have been marginalized or oppressed within that context, right? I just don't see a reason for me to do that. I don't think this describes anything for the conversation.
It does because you can't, because the reality is that there is no group of people that have been
Okay, I could definitely give you groups of people that we could give arguments for, but I don't see any utility in running this argument. What do you get from this? Even if it is the case that you were to grant that, you still wouldn't say that you can have an ethno state just because of that. You don't think any ethno states are justified in any other context.
Well, I can't personally think of another context, but that's the reason why. I can't personally think of another context because I don't know of any group of people where it has been shown to be necessary that before the state of Israel, Jewish people were consistently in different
Here,
areas.
I'm gonna give you this argument. Do you think it would be justified for women, right, to create a women-only society where there are no men allowed, like a country like that?
I mean, it wouldn't really be feasible, but I wouldn't.
Wouldn't women be
against it.
safer?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wouldn't be against it in principle. Obviously, men need women and women need men, basic biology, but I would be okay with that country existing.
Okay, interesting. And you would support the United States defending that country existing?
Yeah, if the country was an ally to the United States.
Yeah,
and-
like we're saying that they are an ally, just like the state of Israel. under this. I don't think that we should be allied with the state of Israel, but I'm just saying because we currently are.
Why don't you think we should be?
You're deflecting from what I was arguing.
Okay, well, so the answer would be yeah, sure.
Astrid, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Any of our allies, I'm okay with protecting.
Trans people. Wait, sorry, say that again.
I'm okay with protecting any of our allies.
Okay, so then you would be totally supportive giving them, say, $3 billion every single year.
If they needed it.
Yeah, to defend them.
Yeah.
You'd be okay with that?
Yeah, I would be okay with that. $3 billion is like a drop in the bucket to defend a
Would you be? What about a $15 billion bill?
Yeah, to defend a country of women that were being attacked. Sure. Yeah.
Wait, no. Specifically, that we're engaging in like preemptive offensive strikes.
Iran was preemptive offensive strikes. Gaza was in retaliation, obviously, to October 7th. So
are you just denying all the existence of everything that happened prior?
I'm not denying anything, but the reality is that Israel tolerated rockets, literally. Well, if Mexico was shooting rockets into California and it could be hitting your homes, right? Do you think we should do something about that, or just kind of let the rockets keep
Do you think
going?
it would be justified to kill hundreds of thousands of like Mexican civilians? Right? Just because it is the case that the cartel did that?
Well, we would have to do something. The justification would depend on what is necessary in order to stop the rockets.
So you do think it would be justified to kill hundreds of thousands of Mexican civilians that are innocent?
I think what's justified is the minimal amount of civilian casualties, but you have to stop rockets from flying into your country.
Confused. So then you would then you would support only defensive actions, correct?
No, I support what's necessary to stop rockets from flying into the United States. And I think if your town was being shot by rockets on a daily basis, you probably would feel
one, we'd want defense, and two, we'd like to prevent people from specifically doing that towards us. So then here would be the point, right? If you want to defend people from that happening to them, and you want to limit that from happening to them, well then please explain to me how the mass slaughter of Palestinian civilians does that. How the limiting the amount of food trucks to go within particular areas within Palestine does that. That's a war crime.
They're trying to eliminate Hamas, which was the ones
by limiting the amount of food that goes into the area, leading to like people being at risk of starvation and starving to death.
I don't know the circumstances behind food trucks being limited. I know that a lot have gone through. Maybe there was some kind of contraband in there.
So they must have had something other than just food or basic supplies.
I would think so, yeah. But honestly, I don't know all the circumstances.
I just want to
behind
let you know, blocking food into an area in this context is absolutely a war crime. Stacy, thank you for the $11. Thank you so much. They said hello. Say hello to your nephew Darius. Absolutely. What's up, Darius? Base to hear. That's so base to hear. Agent, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Daniel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you. Goddess, thank you so much for the $2. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda with the $5. Thank you. Continue. You were saying?
I actually lost my train of thought there.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rad, before I go on to the next person?
Nope. You're good, Parker. Thanks for the compliment.
All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We have 20 more minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Honestly, his first 4 years when he was, president, I felt like my life was better. I mean, one of the things that he did, he raised the standard deduction, by doubled that, and I think that was a huge win for the middle class. The second term, I think I'll see what happens, but yeah, I support Donald Trump.
So overall with the bill, it actually reduces benefits for people in the low and middle class. If we want to look at that overall, because of the massive tax cuts to Medicaid and to food stamps. So if you want to look at the overall bill, it actually harms people in the low and middle class. But yes, I actually do agree with the increase in the child tax credit, the raise in the standard deduction. But overall, most of the tax cuts within the policy go to people who are rich. So if you want to do tax cuts for low and middle income individuals, I'm totally in support of that. But that's clearly what this bill is not meant to do, right? Or that's not what this bill is meant to do. I meant.
Oh, the big beautiful bill or whatever.
Yeah,
they,
I mean,
whatever.
the big beautiful bill
Yeah.
extends the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act gives most of its tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires and to people who are already incredibly rich, not to people who are in need. Like say the people who have children that like are raising their families, that like to reduce childhood poverty, right? Or like increasing access to housing affordability through like a housing tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, right? Or plenty of different things such as that, like limiting the effect of medical debt on your credit, or the $35 cap on insulin for people who are on for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare. We could reference the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals for everyone. Like those are policies she supports that like are specifically going to help people in the low and middle class. Whereas Donald Trump didn't have policies specifically targeted for that. He didn't have a healthcare plan, didn't have a childcare plan, didn't have a housing affordability plan, didn't have a plan to lower prices.
Mm-hmm. I thought a lot of his stuff, like the cuts to Medicaid and Medicare, were to illegal immigrants.
No, actually, it's actually work requirements, mainly specifically U.S. citizens that are actually not able to afford it. Actually, they might have conditions that limit them from working, right? That aren't specifically designated under the bill. They might even be taking care of children, and they're not able to get the particular help because their kid is above the age of 14, and it is the case that they can't work above 80 hours a month.
Okay. I mean, I'd have to look into that. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not as knowledgeable into the whole, the bill as you are, but I mean, I have to look into that. But from just, from my viewpoint, I mean, I feel like, yes.
Listen to.
Sorry, can I have you watch a video, actually?
Oh.
Like, I think Donald Trump is senile. He's totally incompetent. Do you agree?
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's senile.
Would you like to listen to this video real quick?
Yeah, sure, man.
Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here, days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at
I'm
Alligator
going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. My vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. Pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from New York, and it was for a lot of reasons, but one of them was taxes. The taxes are so high in New York, they're leaving. I don't know
what is this guy saying?
To be honest, I mean, I'm upset here. So hearing that, and I am a Trump supporter. I like Trump. But
he didn't answer the question. You know, which does bother me. They asked him, how long are people going to stay at Alcatraz whatever it's called. So yeah, he just rambled on about how much he loves Florida. So yeah, I get what you're saying. So when you say senile, I don't know if that's saying that he's senile.
If Joe Biden did that, that's exactly what Republicans would say.
But
I don't know. Do you get the play on words?
Yeah, I do. I think that he was a little bit more well spoken. I mean, it was more politics. Like he was avoiding the question.
No, that just sounded totally incoherent. It sounded like he didn't even know what was being said.
Yeah, possibly. But why do you not like Trump, man? And also, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind? What happened? Sorry, dude. What happened to the Unfuck America thing? Like, why'd you guys stop doing that?
Yeah, I have a video particularly on my YouTube if you'd like to go over and look at that. That happened months ago. It's related to someone like involved with the event that it was not able to take accountability for their bad actions.
Oh, see, no, I was excited to see you guys debate Charlie Kirk more, which I was actually a little bummed about that I didn't get to see.
Charlie Kirk doesn't want to debate us apparently. Like he's like he was supposed to have a what's it called? A debate with Dean, but then never even set that up. And he was supposed to do that with me as well.
Oh, give me a break.
Love you. David, $20 for LOL. The protest today was pretty dangerous, to be honest. We experienced people being kettled, and I got it all on video, Lamau. Much love to everyone, and we continue to fight the good fight safely and peacefully. That's so crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so fucking insane.
Well, hey, man, I appreciate you. Thanks for the open dialogue.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person here. I'm about to get off here. We have like 14 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Because he's what we need in this government right now.
Why so?
Because the government's not doing their job.
You mean when Trump is president?
Even when he wasn't president.
So it still isn't.
No, it's not.
Okay, well then what would make it better?
You're not dealing with immigration for one.
I'm sorry. Why is immigration a bad thing?
Because Congress makes the laws in this country.
Congress makes the laws in this country. I'm confused what your point is.
I mean, how did we get immigration at the levels we have right now? Thanks to Biden-Harris.
What? Why is immigration bad?
I mean, immigration is not a bad thing.
Okay.
But not at the levels that we're seeing right now.
What's bad about the levels that we're seeing right now?
Because majority of the people are not vetted.
When Trump's president?
Under Biden-Harris, nobody was vetted.
People were vetted, right? If you want to vet more people, by the way, if you want to vet more people, then provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because that incentivizes people to get vetted.
This is not about criminality.
It is, right? We're trying to keep the country safer. That's the point of it. What's the point of an immigration process?
For people to follow a process, which is not being followed.
But why?
But when immigration judges...
Why should they follow the process?
Because it's a requirement.
Why
would you want to immigrate?
Why is it a requirement?
If you have no intention of assimilating to the country.
What do you mean by assimilating?
Speak English.
Oh, so you think wait. Do you think everyone who immigrates to this country needs to speak English?
Yes.
Really? You know that there are U.S. citizens. You know that there are U.S. citizens that live in the country that don't speak English.
And they should.
Why?
Okay, let's take truck drivers for example.
Wait, why? Why should they have to speak? Wait, why should they have to speak English?
Will you allow me to speak? Or are you going to keep interrupting?
If you answer the question, I will let you speak.
I'm about to answer your question.
Well, you can try again.
When it comes to non-domicile CDLs, how are they supposed to read digital signs and communicate with DOT?
So again, in order to be able to get a license in the very first place, you have to understand some level of English, of course. But that doesn't mean you have to know English as a whole or be fluent within the language. You just
You
need
have
to
to
know
be.
enough in order to be able to identify the differences specifically within, like, street signs. So if you're
It's
driving, yes, you need to know some, like, in order to know what a stop sign is. But you don't even need to really understand English to understand a stop sign or to understand specifically, like how to go or stuff. You can even take the tests in other languages because we understand that you don't need to understand those things. Secondly, can you
okay.
give me any good evidence that anyone who does not speak English within the United States causes more accidents?
It's happened recently.
Give me any good evidence that anyone specifically who does not speak English, on average, causes more accidents in the United States.
I would say 5%.
Can you give me any evidence? Can you give me a source?
Well, I need a source from you backing up your statement.
You're the one making a claim that they put our roads at a greater risk. And I'm
Well, they
asking
don't
you for
actually
evidence of that
hold.
positive assertion.
Do you know the different levels of CDL?
I do not.
So you admit you're not a truck driver, right?
Of course.
But I am, and I have a Class A CDL. These immigrant drivers
Oh my
do not
gosh,
even
no
have a
way.
Class A
Can you give me
CDL. They
any
have
good
what they
evidence?
call
Hey,
a
can you give me
non-domicile
Hey,
CDL.
brother, can you give me any good evidence that they're more likely to get in an
I
accident,
just did.
brother?
You just
What's the
refuse to
evidence,
believe it.
brother?
I just did.
What's the evidence, brother?
It's called a non-domicile CDL. Look it up.
No, I said what's the source that they're more likely to cause accidents, brother?
FMCSA,
No, what's the source,
the
brother?
regulation for
What's the
truck
source,
driving.
brother? I'm asking for
I
a
just
study,
gave it to you.
brother. Can I get a study, brother?
Really? This is how you're going to play?
You good?
No, I'm not good.
Well, I can tell you're simmering. Why are you so mad, bro?
I'm not mad
Why are you mad, bro?
because you don't know what you're talking about.
So you are mad. Huh?
No, I'm
How
not.
do I? What do I not know what I'm talking about?
I'm just trying to educate you, Parker,
How are you educating me?
because you don't understand how highly regulated this field is. Because they're not regulated by the FMCSA.
I asked you for evidence or a study that indicates that people who do not speak English are more likely to cause accidents, and you failed to provide
It
any
happens
evidence.
all the time.
It happens all the time. It's not a source.
It's okay to be in denial, Parker.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think there are
You're in
more?
denial,
I
just
know.
like all the Democrats
You have
are.
no evidence. You have no source.
Oh,
You have
yes, I
no
do.
facts. You're in
I just
denial,
told
genius.
you.
Look in a mirror for one
I
fucking
just
second.
told you.
No, you don't. You have nothing. You
You
have
don't. I
shit.
obviously don't know how to look it up. You're uneducated.
Really? Says the one who can't provide the source right now.
I just did.
I'm uneducated? Really? Can I ask you a question?
FMCSA.
How
Look
many
it up.
branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
What point does that prove?
What are they?
There's 3 branches.
What are they?
What's your background?
What are they?
What's your background?
I have a degree in economics. What's your what are the 3 branches of government?
There's 3 branches of government.
What are they?
That's funny. I just schooled Parker. He doesn't even know the answer.
What are the 3 branches?
Wow, that is a first.
What are the 3 branches? Answer the question. You can't answer this question.
Yes, I can.
Answer it. What are the 3?
Executive, legislative, and judicial.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for answering the question.
Now, why don't you answer mine?
What's your question?
These regulations are put forth by the FMCSA, the regulation department for truck driving.
Thank you for
These
telling me.
non-domicile CDLs are not a Class A CDL. These are bottom of the barrel CDLs. These people cannot communicate in English. I see it every
I
single
asked you
day
for
at my
any
job.
I asked you for any evidence. It is the
I
case
just
that
told
people who
you.
do not speak English are more likely to cause traffic accidents. Because
Because
I
they
can
can't
provide you
read.
evidence that men are more likely to cause traffic accidents than women. So we must prevent men from driving.
That's not what I said. You know it.
No, it's what I'm saying.
Well, you're wrong.
Wait, but like you said, we want to make
You
people
don't
safer on the
understand
streets,
the
you know, and
industry.
men are more likely to cause traffic accidents than women, so we must stop men from driving. Correct?
If they can't read a sign that says roadway truck ramp, how are they supposed to be able to read that if they can't read English?
Again,
Explain that to me.
I'm sorry. Can you read some levels of different languages without knowing the entirety of that language?
No, you can't.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really? So you're telling me that I can't know some levels of Spanish without being fluent in Spanish?
That's not all levels of
Okay,
Spanish.
okay. Do you know what hello
What do
means in
you,
Spanish? What
I
is
don't
it?
speak Spanish. I speak English.
Do you know what hello is in Spanish?
I don't care.
Do you know what it is?
It doesn't matter.
Do you know what it is?
But it's just awesome that I just educated.
Do you know do you know what water is in Spanish?
No, I don't.
You don't? You have no clue?
No, I don't speak Spanish.
Do you know any other
But
language?
how is
Any
that justifying their
do you
right
know
to drive
any
on the
other
roads?
word in any other language?
No,
No, you don't?
no,
Well, then maybe that's a you problem.
no.
Rachel, think of the $2. Yes, it is.
Then why did our Department of the Secretary of Transportation have to put forth a law that requires them to speak and understand English if this was not a
Lovey,
problem?
thank you for the $20 for guest. If Parker had some degree in science and were to say that gravity doesn't exist, wouldn't you expect him to provide some form of evidence? Like a literal scientist agreeing with him?
And I provided you a source and you're too dumb to look it up.
You didn't provide me a source. Can you give me a
Yes, I
title?
did.
Hey,
Look it up.
Superman, can you give me a title?
I would bet you $1 million right now. Look it up.
Can you
It's
provide
a
me? You don't
requirement.
have $1 million, bro.
Even if I didn't, you'd be proven wrong. Look it up.
Can you provide the source yourself? Tell me the title.
I just did.
That's not a source. Tell me the title.
Yes, it is a source.
Tell me the title.
It may not be the source that you believe,
What's the title?
but it is still a source.
What's the title?
It's called the FMCSA.
No, what's the title of the page you're looking at?
FMCSA.
What's again? That's not a source that indicates that.
It is a source. You're just in denial. That's a source.
Say it again.
FMCSA.
Okay. And where does it say this? This is just for registration permits.
No, it's not. This is the regulation for all truck driving in this country.
Let's look up your thing. I'm literally looking up your own fucking argument now because you have nothing.
Oh, I have a lot.
Where's the source?
It's in their regulations.
You don't have to understand the entirety of English. Genius.
Yes, you do.
Wait, I have a question. Is this for typical drivers too? Or just people who
No,
drive?
this is all Class 8 CDL drivers.
So you don't care about people who don't
driving 80,000 pounds.
If someone doesn't understand English, can they drive a normal car and you're okay with that?
I'm talking about truck driving specifically.
Okay. So
which you don't seem to have any knowledge on.
Cool. Thank you so much. I really
And I'm
appreciate
just
that.
schooling you on it.
You're not schooling me on anything. You didn't give me any
Yes, I
single
am,
source.
because you don't have any clue about what the regular.
I'm sorry. You need to find a source. I got my live fucking access restricted. Are you serious, dude? You have to provide. I'm sorry to break it to you. You have to provide a source that indicates a probability at a lesser likelihood, right, for people to cause traffic violations if they understand English. You have yet to provide a single evidence of that. There's no good evidence indicating that. You're just claiming that specifically this is the case because there's a regulatory agency over this. That's it. That's all. You didn't give any actual like source, any actual study. It's literally just that there's a regulatory agency that exists. All right, everyone, I'd really recommend to go over to my YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. I just got banned so many times today. I'm so fucking annoyed. I actually, right now, just letting everyone know, I have no account to go live tomorrow. No account to go live tomorrow on TikTok that I can, get a guest account on. So I would recommend to subscribe to me on YouTube because otherwise you probably won't be able to see my content tomorrow. Because I will be live tomorrow. That's where I will be live. Just letting everyone know. Otherwise, I'm about to be getting off here. I gotta fucking appeal this shit so that Matt can get his account back. Because TikTok sucks. Oh no. Oh no, Matt. It won't let me appeal, Matt. No. So tomorrow I'll be live on TikTok. I'll be on my main account. And you'll be able to hear it, but I won't be able to get debates on TikTok. Just letting everyone know. So make sure to subscribe to me on YouTube right now. Parker, get a job on YouTube. I love everyone. I'm gonna get off right now. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Go like the stream on YouTube. Follow me if you haven't already. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Burberry, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Love You. Thank you for $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Everyone, have a great night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone.